Hello, 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 everyone. It's Cheryl Sloboda Whited. How are you doing today? Welcome back to the So Much Cosplay show. I'm so excited to be here again with you on this fabulous Friday evening here on The Experience. So, thank you once again for tuning in and saying hello to us. We've got some pretty cool stuff for you tonight. Of course, it's Friday with no Marvel or Disney Plus series to watch. So hopefully that gives you lots of opportunities to tune in to all of the wonderful shows here on The Experience. So I have to tell you that after seeing the finales, of WandaVision, and of course we're also excited to see Falcon and the Winter Soldier starting up in another week or so. That has made the cosplay community go absolutely crazy. Everyone and I know is either working on the new Scarlet Witch costume or they're working on Agatha the Witch, and then everyone that I know is trying to source all of that beautiful pleated sheer fabric that Agatha the Witch was wearing in the finale. So I know that if you're out there trying to source those materials, and if you find a source, let us know because we would love to share that with all of our WandaVision cosplayers out there. I've been seeing some amazing things being done with 3D printers for Scarlet Witch's new headpiece. Very exciting to see that kind of stuff. We're actually going to be touching on a little bit of some of the materials that you could use in building those types of cosplays. And what we're going to be talking about tonight is called EVA foam. Now, last week we talked about superstructure foam. We talked about a soft, pliable, sewable foam. That foam is like this stuff here. It's squishy and you can sew with it. You iron your fabric to it and it goes back to its original shape. This is not the foam that we are talking about, today for what we're going to be working on tonight, which is called EVA foam. Now, this is the stuff that you would use to do hard armor builds like this one right here. This is it's not as pliable as any of the soft foam materials, or if you were to make a corset or something like that out of canvas or some other very strong, stiff material. This is not that. This is basically like wrapping yourself up in something rigid like cardboard or other non fabric material. Okay, so that's what this is. And this is what we are talking about. And it comes in gigantic sheets. And the sheets that you can get from us are 24 inches by 24 inches. So if you are looking for this, there's a ton of different sources for EVA foam, but not all EVA foams are made, how shall I say this? They're not all made equal. And this particular EVA foam is what is called a high density closed cell EVA foam. Why is that important? Well, when you are cutting and heating and doing all sorts of things to this type of foam, especially if you are using paints on this foam, there some craft foams out there, if you were to just get them from the regular craft store, if you've ever spray painted craft foam and had it pit and crater and do all sorts of like melty things, that would be considered an open cell plastic foam. Now, this is a closed cell EVA foam, which means you can directly spray paint this without having to put any other coatings on it, and it will not pit and it will not crater. The other thing that's important to look into when you're doing your craft foams is again that high density portion. So these are what's going to set some craft foams apart from other craft foams that you can get at your local store. So if you have like a Joanne Fabrics or a Michaels near you, they are selling the higher quality EVA foams, but you can also get Hero Foam, which is our brand of EVA foam. And our foam actually comes in 3 different colors. Now, not all foams come in other colors, but ours do. So we do have black, we also have a gray, and we have a white. So we have 2 different thicknesses as well. And I'm just going to hold that up. Hopefully we can get the camera to focus in there. Okay, so you can see the 2 thicknesses. The thicker one is a 5 millimeter foam, and the thinner piece is a 2 millimeter foam. So the 2 different thicknesses actually serve 2 different kinds of purposes when you are crafting your uh, product. Okay, so whatever it is that you're making, if you're making, body armor, or if you are building, helmets or a entire suit of Iron Man armor, the different types and thicknesses of foam do different things. Now, a lot of the time, the thinner foams are used to do a lot of the detail work, and the thicker foam helps give structure and rigidity and helps keep the pieces and give them some heft and some weight. So I like to do combinations of the 2 styles of foam, and that usually just helps me um, with whatever the design is that I'm trying to do. I like to combine the 2. Now, why would you need other colors other than possibly black? And a lot of the foams out there on the market, you can usually just get black, but why would you want a gray or a white? Well, if you are doing any kind of pastel or light colored armor. Maybe you're building like a Gundam style, armor piece. You would want the white instead of having to prime and paint black foam to go to white. So if you have like pastelers that you're going to use or anything like that, you would want to start with the white base. A lot of the times, if you're going to make a piece of armor, you're going to paint it either a gray or a metallic silver, you would want to start with the gray color instead, and that way you are doing less to the black in order to get that to lighten up when you're painting it. So what I think is that we have those options when you are deciding to build your cosplay. So all right, so I think we should switch over to our other camera and take a look here at what's going on. Thank you, thank you. And all right, so if my camera is working, here we go. All right, so what we've got here is our, oh, hang on, let me see if I need to, I'm gonna now we've got it. I apologize, my friends. It's always fun and games until the technology stops, as the kids say. All right, so here we are. We've got our wonderful piece of EVA foam. Now, this is the thicker foam. You can see that here. We've got the 5mm foam here. And what we're going to do is I want to do a couple of things to show you how to cut this. Here is one of our pieces of armor building tools that we have at So Much Cosplay. This is called the Awesome Armor Cosplay Snips. Now, this looks like an impressive tool because it is an impressive tool. And what I love about this particular piece is it feels like super heavy, and they're like having a pair of garden shears. But what you don't want to use on your foam is like your regular scissors. And here's the reason why. Now, these are my crafting scissors. These are not my good sewing shears. We wouldn't want to use my good sewing shears on your cosplay, on this plastic foam, because as we've talked about before, when you start cutting into plastics and things like that, you are dulling this edge, and they are no longer good for cutting your fabrics. So we want our fabric scissors to remain separate from our armor cutting scissors. So here, I'm going to show you is when you cut into this. All right, you sometimes get these middle ridges that appear, and then what you have to do is spend a lot of time sanding this down in order for it to look right, because when these cut, they meet in the middle. They create very unusual lines in your cosplay. So the other thing too is if you were to use, a craft knife, sometimes what happens is that no matter how straight you think you are cutting, for whatever reason, when you're using a craft knife, sometimes the minute stalling of your hand creates starts and stops in the foam. But what we want to do is to use a pair of these snips, because it will cut through this material like butter. And it not only will cut through it like butter, whenever you are cutting, and let's say you want to make, an S shape or a curve, these are going to be super for doing anything like that. So I'm going to show you real quick what I mean. Okay, see, we've got a nice clean edge there. And if you were going to cut a curve, what you can do is you're getting this nice curve without there being any starts and stops along this edge. Again, no matter how smooth you can cut with a like a blade, you will get these minute starts and stops here on the edge, and that just seems to happen no matter what you try to do with EVA foam. Now, how is it that we, stick pieces together when you're trying to use EVA foam? And that comes in with this wonderful stuff, contact cement. Now, this is the brand that I normally use, but you can find other contact cements on the market. You do want contact cement. You don't want rubber cement. They're actually two different things. Contact cement is used for these types of materials, plastic, wood, that kind of stuff. Metal, you can use it on this kind of stuff, but where rubber cement is really meant for paper, and that's why you find rubber cement in the office supply store. This actually you will find at your like your Home Depot or your Lowe's or, those types of hardware stores. So you're going to look for contact cement. Now, the thing about this stuff is it looks just like rubber cement. It has that same like weird stringy consistency. It's kind of gross, like snot, but I will tell you, it sure does smell really bad. Like it is super, super pungent, very, very strong odor that is extremely flammable. So make sure you use a very well ventilated area and use all of your breathing protection when using any of this product. You're going to want to make sure you have an open window or something like that. Don't use it in a enclosed space. Trust me, the vapors and the fumes from this is pretty strong. Now you can see I've been using this bottle for a while. They do last quite a long time. And the best thing about this product, a very little bit of it goes a super long way. So this is the product that you would want to look for. This one, Barge. There's a couple of different brands on the market. Now, other people have talked about using hot glue and things like that on EVA foam. I don't like using hot glue usually, and here's the reason why. When you have two pieces that you're going to stick together with contact cement, you brush a very little bit on one end, brush a little bit on the other end, and you let them dry almost completely. And then when you press those two pieces together, they will stick very, very permanently. When you are using hot glue, okay, you're putting that hot glue layer in there and you're squishing this together, you're going to get hot glue bubbling out from the seam, and it almost always creates a gap because the glue itself has a thickness to it, and therefore your pieces may not go together as perfectly as you want them. So contact cement, because you are using the very thinnest layer of glue on your piece, you're not getting the actual glue as a separation point in the EVA foam when you're trying to build your cosplay. So that to me is the number one reason why I don't like using hot glue in this, because usually there's hot glue cleanup that you're going to have to do. And inevitably, when you have those glue spots on here, that is a place where your paint can show through, imperfections show through. And we like to have as little of that to clean up and to show as possible. Because to me, the cleaner your seams are, the better your cosplay is going to look, no matter what you do in order to cut your when you're painting your piece. So contact cement is what I would recommend when you're using your EVA foam. So I'm just going to quickly show you, I'm going to make some cuts in here and I'm going to show you how you would glue this together. Okay, so now for most of the time you're working with a flat, like, somewhat rigid piece. You can see there's not a lot of flexibility in here. It is going to stay flat until we heat it, and I'm actually going to show you that more in the second half of this video. But for our test piece here, what we can do is we can cut a V shape, and this is going to be very much in the vein of a dart that we would sew in a seam if we were sewing this together. Now, we know in sewing that a dart allows you to bring a piece together and it creates a curve in fabric. And that's exactly what it's doing here. But instead of sewing this, we are going to glue this. So I'm first just going to go and look inside here. We do have just this little, you can see that little piece there. I'm just going to pull that out. If you have uh, a little knife, you can do that with a knife here. So this would be a craft knife. This is what's called the beginner's craft knife from Olfa. What you can see here is it's got the very tiniest little bit of the razor edge sticking out. This is so that this craft knife is much more beginner knife friendly. So if you have someone that is a little bit afraid of using those super sharp knives, this one has a lot of safety built in so that there's just that very tiny little edge sticking out. But there's a reason that I like using this particular knife with my foam. And again, if that's something that is interesting to you, we do carry them over on So Much Cosplay. So the beginner craft knife, again, I will show you later in a few minutes here what you're going to want to do with that. So this is the little chunk here that we took out of this piece. So we're just going to, now we're going to use the glue. Now here's the thing about this glue. Unlike rubber cement, which you probably have gotten rubber cement on your hands or any other kind of glue, and you kind of think, oh, it's going to ball up. It's going to be that fun glue to get on your hands. No, this is not that fun glue. This is not fun to get on you or your hands or your clothing at all. It won't come out. So this is a lot like if rubber cement and crazy glue or modeling glue, that's cyanoacetate glue, went and had a baby. This would be the horrible glue baby that would come out of that union. So I'm just gonna brush this on very, very lightly. You're thinking that's probably not even enough to glue these two pieces together. I assure you, my friends, that it is. And we're going to brush it on both sides, because the trick to contact cement is the dry glue. Once it is dried, these two pieces can be stuck together very, very permanently and very, very efficiently. Now, what I like to do, and here inside my studio, I have all these great studio lights. You can see the glossiness of the glue. That means it is still wet. We are looking for it to turn this more matte finish. And you notice that I'm trying not to get my hands anywhere near this stuff, because I do not want to spend all night scrubbing it off my hands. There is a product out there that you can get in art supply stores called barrier cream. I don't know if you're a crafter, you probably know about barrier cream, but it is like a lotion that you can rub on your hands. And then if you go paint or do other kinds of crafts, all that paint and stuff just washes right off. So barrier cream is aces, and it would be a kind of product that you would want to put on your hands before you use this. So again, we're just looking for some of that shininess to go away. And if you find that you may have put too much on, like you found you made yourself a puddle of glue and you wanted to smooth that out, I like to take these extra pieces that I have cut away, and I like to use that to spread that glue around. So what I'm going to do is it looks like this is all ready to push together. And let's see here. And all right, so now these two look very dry. They are much more matte colored than they were. I don't see any more puddles. And that means we're ready to push these two pieces together. So what I'm going to do is I think I'll start with this side. And what I'm going to try to do is whatever side is going to be the top of your piece, when you go to push these two together, again, remember, you really only have one shot with this glue. So you're going to, when you stick these together, it's stuck. So we're gonna do this, and what I'm gonna try to do is to line these two edges up as cleanly and as perfectly as I can. So I'm gonna go ahead and start pushing, and again, this glue is actually holding quite a bit of tension in this piece, and so you can start to see that it's starting to pull apart there. All we're going to do is just push it together, use a little bit of force with your hands, and voila. So there it is. It's all pushed together. Actually, the backside looks really clean as well. We have just that little seam there, very, very tiny comparatively. So that, my friends, is how easy it is to glue your EVA foam together. Now, for those of you that are like, that seam's going to bother me, and maybe you even see that tiny little hole or knife seam there, if that's not going to be part of the design feature, then what you can do is you can come back in with a little bit of gap sealer that you would get from the hardware store. And you would just take a little bit of that on your finger, and you can just rub it over this seam, and that gap sealer will go down into that crevice. And once you smooth that out, you can even use a Dremel tool or a sander and sand that gap sealer down, and this will be virtually invisible. So again, this is how you would get very, very smooth pieces of armor, and they would be even ready to paint. So I think that, if you've never tried gluing EVA foam together before, you could give it a shot. And when we come back from our break, I'll show you some more tricks, and we'll see you very shortly.
Today's comics market is ripe with new titles by creators who are determined to get their books into your hands. My name is Onrie. For the last decade, I've been making and selling my own creator-owned comics and dealing as a collector in live sales. My signature series, Yi Sun Shin, is the book that cannot be defeated in battle and has over 250,000 copies in print. Now I'm taking comics to the next level and laying the groundwork for my fellow creators to get their voices heard so they can connect directly with you. This is your chance to engage live with top comic book talent and get your comics signed without having to wait in long lines or pay any fees. But remember, we only have a limited amount of their books in stock, so always remember to call it as you see it.
Okay, my friends, we are back. Welcome back. It is Cheryl from the So Much Cosplay show here on The Experience. I hope that you are having a wonderful Friday. And again, we're building armor tonight for cosplay. So just like this Wonder Woman uh costume from the movie, you too can build something just like that for your costume, for your cosplay. And hey, and I am ready to show you these next tips for our costume. So, again, we've made this wonderful little piece here. It's had a few minutes to dry, and we can touch it now. We can go ahead and do all kinds of painting to it. We can fill in this gap for a gap sealer or whatever we want. But there's other techniques that you can use on your EVA foam. And also, there are techniques for when you are using a pattern. And I wanted to show you that even the commercial sewing patterns out there, like this one here from Simplicity, this one here is actually for armor. They're actually whole suits of armor that you can get as patterns in the actual fabric store. So you can actually take these tissue pieces. I actually transferred mine to a bit of cardboard, used a glue stick, and glued them to some cardboard. This is actually pretty funny. These are the cardboards that come in comic book shipments. So if you are friendly with your local comic book retailer, ask them for those cardboard separators if they're not using them. Ask them for a couple, and then you can use that to put your cardboard, your armor patterns onto, so that they're more rigid. So what you would do with this, and again, you can see this big V cut. That's exactly the kind of V cut that we did with our other piece. And you would bend this together to create a curve. And all of these patterns, again, they come with the directions. They also come with these pieces, so you get a pretty good idea of what you're getting. And you can use this as a jumping off point. You can say, well, this is a good starting place, but if you needed to do more with your costume, this is a great place to start if you have no idea on how to build that particular armor. The other thing is that there's lots of Etsy sellers who have entire costumes ready to buy and build based on the character that you're trying to be. So for the Wonder Woman that we saw on set here, that one was a pattern from an Etsy seller, and you just print that out on your computer and trace the pieces onto your foam. So when you're tracing onto a foam like this or any of the other colors, I like to use these Sharpie markers, the silver Sharpie markers. Now, again, if you're in the cosplay or in your comic book business, then you guys have these laying around all the time for all your signings and things like that. So that's another. But I like to use them to draw onto my my foam. So like if here we were going to draw around this piece, we would just start here. And what's nice about these Sharpies is they dry quickly and you can see them on all of the various colors. And then that gives us a line for us to do our cutting. But like I was saying before, if you wanted to do various things to the foam, one of the things that you could do is to use a small blade like this. Now, why I liked this particular one, which I had shown you before, this tiny, tiny little blade, because of this plastic guard, when I cut into the foam, it's not going to cut all the way through the foam. You can see here that it's really just going to only barely score the foam, which is what I want this to do. So this is a technique for making patterns in your foam. And this is just one of the many ways that you can do this. So I'm going to use this, and I'm going to start creating like a shell or a I would call it a shell. It's more like a dragon scale. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this, make sure I've got the right side pointing down, and I'm going to use this to score into the foam. And you can only barely see this in the video here, but you can sort of see the little shadow that this is leaving behind. And I'm just going to do just a couple extras here so that you can kind of see what I'm doing. Again, I would probably have drawn this with the marker first, so I know exactly where each one of these little dragon scales would be going, or these could even be mermaid scales. They could be whatever you want. And so we're just going to pretend that they go like that. Okay, so again, we've only barely scored into this foam. This is not the kind of knife that would cut all the way through here, but this is not enough depth for the kind of detail that I'm going for. I want this to actually widen out and become like a more of a paintable technique. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this here, and I'm going to bring in my heat gun. So this is, just a regular old heat gun that I got from the craft store. This end, it's like a giant hot hair dryer. Okay, but this is hotter than a hair dryer, but this is not the kind of heat gun that you would use to strip paint, okay, or wallpaper or stuff like that. You really, this is kind of like the lower end of heat guns. So what I like is that it is got this little on-off switch, and it is also, somewhat protected here so that I'm not going to burn myself or my project with the end. But it does sound like a hairdryer, so when I'm going to turn it on, I probably won't be able to talk much. So let's just show you what this does when you heat the foam. Okay, ready? Let's see. All right, so what you can see from just that little bit of heat, and if you have a hair dryer that could go on a hot setting, then this could also be done with a hair dryer. but you can see that it has definitely opened up all of this detail that we were able to carve in with our little craft knife. And so because it didn't score all the way through, you can see that now when we do bend this or make this part of the armor, these pieces are going to be much easier to paint and have all sorts of really cool detail on, because these deep channels are all created by just scoring the foam with the craft knife. So that, to me, is a really cool technique for you to use to do all sorts of small details. If you're looking at, the appearance of scales or chainmail or things like that, or even tiny ridges for any kind of sci-fi types of armor pieces. If you needed to create those small details, this craft knife way would be a fantastic way to do that. Now, the other thing that you can do with your piece of with your heat gun, okay, is, let's say that we needed this piece to curve even more, but we don't really want to keep taking away pieces from this area here. We really need this to just curve and bend or do something more, and we want it to maybe we want this shape to curve more to the body or what have you. So to do that, you would heat this gently with your heat gun, and then you would hold it to let it come to shape. And so I'm going to do that to show you how to do that. Now, here's the other thing about using your heat gun that I didn't say earlier. Anytime you are heating plastic and EVA foam, the EVA stands for extruded vinyl acetate. It is a plastic. So if you are heating this plastic in any way, please, please, please use a respirator or a well ventilated room or outside. Okay. So anytime you're heating plastic, you're off gassing that material into the air. And so I'm just warning you to go ahead and use well ventilated space. We're in a well ventilated warehouse here on a set, so we have good airflow here, but normally I would be using like a full face mask respirator. Okay, so just to let you know, that's what you should do too. So I'm going to go ahead and heat this and show you just how bendable and what kind of shapes you can get out of this material. So let's go. Okay, so we have heated this piece and now it is somewhat pliable. And I'm actually going to go ahead and put a pretty deep curve into this piece. I'm actually holding it with my hands. But what you could do also is to create like a metal or a wooden jig. If you need to, you can actually create, a base for these two. If you have a lot of pieces that you need to curl or curve, you could do that. That would be one of the things that you could do with this. But what you're doing here is just holding this piece in place with your hands. Now, I did not like I said, this is about the heat of a super hot hair dryer. So it's not enough to really burn me, but you need to make sure that you're using the right tools. Or if you use a super hot hair or a paint stripper type, one of these, that is too hot. It's too much heat. You really want more one of these craft ones. Also, if you find that they get too hot, you know that we always have these hot fingers in our store, so you could put the hot fingers on and that will help. But just be careful of these little ridges on the hot fingers because they will leave an impression in your piece. So what we're waiting for here is for this to get back to room temperature, and I'm just going to let it go just to show you what kind of curve got put into this material just in that short amount of time. Now, our seam here did open back up, and so we would just need to put more glue in there, go ahead and seal that back shut. But look at just how much curve the heat gun was able to give on this piece. And I have other pieces here to show you that you can get some pretty deep curves. This one here is white, so it's a little harder to see on camera, but you can see here, look at that sharp curve that was put into this foam. So don't be afraid to, really heat the foam and put it in, into the shape that you want it to be. It is not going to be pliable like a dough or anything like that for you to be able to manipulate that. There are other products on the market called Warbla and Fibra. Those are the more doughy kind of hard plastic. This is still foam. This is still squishy. This is still a very different material than a hard armor. Now, I will say that they do make a lot of armor out this type of armor for extras on big movie sets. And so if you've ever seen, a big movie set like Lord of the Rings or whatever, if it's not the hero characters and those spotlight characters, many of the extras are wearing foam armor made out of this kind of stuff. So it's pretty neat, that you can get a deep curve like that out of this simple plastic material. But again, what we're trying to do is to simulate either the metal, the wood, or whatever other plastic or hard armor piece that you're trying to make. This is just trying to simulate that. Obviously, we're not metalsmiths. We're not going to go out and forge, armor. I mean, many people do, trust me. But just to show you some more examples of what you can do with this armor. Now, when we have a piece like this, and we'll just use this side, now we need to get to the point where we want to paint it. And I like using a lot of these style paints that you can get from the craft store. Now, these are fairly inexpensive. They come in practically every color under the rainbow. And of course, I didn't test this one out before I picked it up, but we have, there's paint in here, so that's good. And I'm just going to give myself a little palette here. I don't want to get paint all over my table. And you can use, brushes or what have you, but I also very much like a foam brush. And the great thing about using these kinds of paints is that you can get lots of really cool different effects with them, but they're so easy to use and they look really great. You may have to use on a dark color like this, like if I'm painting on black, I might need to use a couple different layers in order to get the high metallic shine that I'm looking for, and also to eliminate some of the brush strokes. The more layers you do, the less seen those brush strokes really are. But now the paint companies have realized that cosplay is such a big market that they are developing and have developed paints that are much more adaptable to this foam and the constant bending that this might be under, and it will crease or crack less than other foam or than other paint. So now there's brands that are actually labeled as cosplay paint, and some of that is really, really amazing. So kudos to us in the cosplay industry for creating a cool enough market, deep enough market that we are now, telling the fabric and paint companies what we want. So it is a great time to be a nerd. As I have been saying for quite some time. When I was a little kid, I've been collecting comics since 1982. And when I was a little kid in 1982, I could only dream that, my favorite comic series would end up on the big screen or the small screen. And here we are. And it's all happening. And, I guess kids nowadays don't know what they got, as I like to say. But again, this is just one of the many ways that you can add paint to your costume and go ahead and create the whole piece and paint it. And then we would let this dry and add more layers, and that would remove some of the lines that you're seeing there, although some of those details sometimes are really cool. So it really just depends on what costume you're trying to do and things like that. Now, on a costume like this, what we like is that when you brush over some of this material, let me just get a little more paint, you'll see that these channels, since they're already there, it helps just to go around that. But the black, that's already in that deep channel there. So we're just accentuating that. And again, this is where you get super creative, where, again, if you have a dry brush, you can do, an airbrush, you can go crazy with an airbrush. Some of the paint techniques are really amazing. Sometimes you can create some of these effects without even having to etch the foam. You could do it just with paint. And I've done a fair amount of that as well. So, again, the more layers you use, this is a gold paint, but you can use whatever to get the technique that you're looking for. So, again, like for the Wonder Woman that's on set here with us, I would say that, that took probably 3 to 4 layers of paint for that to come out the way I wanted it. And, like I said, it's just a matter of doing, some cool paint techniques in order to have the effect that you're looking for. And, again, if you leave some of these unpainted and, from a distance, right? Isn't that like the big thing too? It's like you want your cosplay to look great close up and far away. You don't want it to have those looks. And so, I do have some already painted stuff here. So let me just get this paint carefully out of the way. I don't want it to end up on any of my already painted pieces that I have over here. Here is an example of some armor. This was the armor that was created for the piece out of this pattern, the one that we talked about earlier, this simplicity pattern. It's Simplicity 8363 if you're going to go to the store and look for it. But this is, the armor piece. You can see it's got a very elven type feel. There is a 2mm layer over a 6mm, 5mm. Sorry, so there's 2mm on top of 6mm. There's on top of 2mm. So this is a multi-layered piece. You can see that here on the back. This has been painted with lots and lots of layers, and you can see some creases and things like that. That's from wearing it, kind of going out in the world and getting bumped around in it. If that happens, sometimes what you can do is you can use your heat gun and you can gently heat that. And I won't do it here, but what you can do is you can gently heat this, and these creases will actually sort of lift out a little bit. Sometimes the creases are so deep you're not able to get them to come out at all. But in a lot of cases, you can get that to lift out enough so that you can wear it and no one's going, oh, look, you look so battle damaged, right? So again, now, how do you attach these to your costume, right? So there's a couple of different things that you can do for that. And also, I made this really cool, like this is just out of 2mm pieces, just so that you can see that you can create all kinds of neat accessories. So if you needed to have something look like metal, again, we have this little flower here. You can do all kinds of stuff like that with some of your scrap leftovers. So this piece here, you can either consider it a crown or whatever, but if you wanted to put this on the front of your costume, let's say, there's a few ways that you can do that. How I've done it here is with some Velcro tabs. So I've actually taken Velcro, and these are the sticky backed kind, and I've stuck the sticky back kind to the armor piece and sewn the loop, okay, because this is the hook part of the Velcro. I've sewn the loop part to the actual costume. So if you were going to wear this, you would put that on your costume that way. So another way is to attach magnets. You can put magnets on here and then put the other end of the magnet into the costume. You can either sew it in or just attach it. That way these pieces just snap right onto your costume. So there is some incredible stuff going on in the armor building world. If this appeals to you at all, we have all of the tools that you would need over on So Much Cosplay. So I hope that you have checked out at least some kind of idea of what you would want to do here. And my friends, you are going to want to stick around because Signings with Onrie is next. And he is doing an awesome thing with Cara Nicole. So you're going to want to check that out. Thank you, my friends, and I will see you all next week. Bye.
Today's comics market is ripe with new titles by creators who are determined to get their books into your hands. My name is Onrie Compen. For the last decade, I've been making and selling my own creator-owned comics and dealing as a collector in live sales. My signature series, Yisun Shin, is the book that cannot be defeated in battle and has over 250,000 copies in print. Now I'm taking comics to the next level and laying the groundwork for my fellow creators to get their voices heard so they can connect directly with you. This is your chance to engage live with top comic book talent and get your comics signed without having to wait in long lines or pay any fees. But remember, we only have a limited amount of their books in stock, so always remember to call it as you see it. You're watching Virtual Signings with Onrie, the live event show. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Virtual Signings with Onrie on the EXP. It is so great to be here with you guys tonight. We had a wonderful show earlier this afternoon, and we got an incredible guest tonight with us right now. She is amazing. She is sensational. She is fantastic. Everybody, please welcome Cara Nicole. Is Cara Nicole even here? Yes, she's here. Oh my God, she's back. Oh, what's going on, Cara? How you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm sharing you out. So, yes, I'm
Awesome.
super excited to be here. This is gonna be a lot of fun.
Yes. Awesome. Okay, so Cara, do us a favor. Tell us who you are and what you do. I'm going to go grab your books real quick. They're just like right over here. So take it away. Let us know.
Okay, so my name is Cara Nicole, and I am a full-time professional cosplayer and comic book colorist and creator. I'm a co-creator of the hit Fire Bitch, and I launched Confessions of a Cosplay Diva last summer as well. And I had a successful cosplay calendar and all kinds of stuff. I used to go to conventions when conventions were a thing. And so now I spend most of my time here online, coloring comics, creating comics, and putting stuff out for you guys.
Awesome.
Hi, Mike. Good to see you. Glad to see you here.
Cara, I am so impressed with your camera. Like your camera is like amazing. I'm jealous, and you got the lighting and everything. You look sensational, my friend.
Thank you. Well, we shoot music videos with this camera, so.
Oh, okay, excellent. Yeah, and I saw your music videos too, and you're a wonderful singer, and you've also done stand-up comedy as well.
I do stand-up comedy, and that is always so much fun.
Awesome. Okay, so I am a big fan of your comic series, Fire Bitch, which
Did you read it?
Oh, of course I read it. Why do you think I stocked up on it? I'm a huge fan of it. This was hilarious. Just all the flat earther jokes, like all this stuff is just sensational, and the artwork in here. Tell us about this book.
So, Fire Bitch is the story of the superhero you would never expect or want. She is a social media diva who accidentally gets sucked into a vortex, tossed across the galaxy, landing on an alien planet, and gaining superpowers in the process. So this alien race needs her to save them from the attacking Mihos, which are another alien race coming down to try to take all of their resources. So does she want to do this? No. Does she care? No. She wants to go home and make her next post online. Is she going to get canceled? Can she keep up on her social media presence? Is this alien race going to convince her to save them? You got to find out.
And guys, we had 10 copies, and I waited. I held on to these, Cara, because I was waiting for the moment when we could do this. We got 9 copies, not 10 copies. We only got 9 copies of the 1A cover. And what we're going to do tonight is this, because Cara is doing all kinds of stuff. We are going to, these books, by the way, are signed. They're going for $15 a pop. They are already signed by Cara. And once we are, they're available now, so you guys can call it as you see it. And we also, Cara's got other stuff too. Now, before we go into this any further, we just want to let you guys know, do us a favor. If you're interested in buying anything, we need you to fill out a form, since we're doing everything through the EXP right now, so that it's easier for us to track everything. Fill out the form, and Kyle, can we drop that link for the form? Yes, there we go. If you want to buy from tonight's show, put it in the comments and fill out the form right there, and we will get everything squared up with you. This is very important for keeping us on track so that we can take care of everything. And here's the best part, guys. Kara's also going to be slinging stuff that she's got. And in order for us to take care of proper invoicing, so that I can get you these books and she can get you anything that she's gonna sling, it'll just make things a lot easier for us. So do us a favor, follow those procedures, and it's really painless, easy, takes 2 seconds. And how can you not want to support Cara and the work that she's doing? This is just, I love what you've done here, because this is really kind of, I feel like this is your outlet in a lot of ways, this character. And we've had you on Live with Onrie before, and you're not someone that typically likes to be censored or ever deals with censorship quite a bit. So I find it interesting that you've created this character, and you've allowed her to kind of like grow into her own thing. Like she's not you, but she kind of like brings out certain aspects of like things that you want to critique and things that you want to laugh about. And I found this book to be absolutely hysterical. Guys, you need this book in your collection. It is absolutely hilarious.
Now, it is 32 pages, just so you know. So it is an oversized comic.
So it's okay. So it's a 32-page book, and yes, that's right. It's a 32-page book, and you just finished your campaign for the second one.
Yes, and I can. If you still want to get in on that, you can get it from the Crowdox and get some of my extra stuff, extra books, different kind of things, as well as issue 2. So you can still get it through the Crowdox survey as a second chance. I can throw you all that link right here. I'm going to actually put it in the private chat because I can't post to the regular chat. So you guys can post it up there.
And Trisha, we got some comments here. Christopher is saying Cara is amazing. He loves you. Excellent. We all love Cara. And Trish is claiming Cara because she is such a beautiful lady inside and out.
I love Trish. Trish is amazing.
Yes, she is. And Mike says that he got FB from you a while. Oh, he got FB from me, and then he backed the new Kickstarter, and he's happily waiting for that. So that is awesome. So tell us a little bit about how everything's going with the production on issue number 2.
So we're just plugging away, I'm working on colors right now. Alfred's working on lines, finishing up this book. We're always going through, you're always double checking that script, and you want to make sure that you have all the details in there, because we're also bringing in some other artists as well to help push this out faster. So we want to make sure that all the details are perfect and that the creators that we're working with know exactly what we want to put in there. So we're doing a lot of that. We've had it back and forth from the editor quite a few times, and we are getting our stretch goals in. I just got the string backpacks in today. I've got the wooden nickels in, all the collector's cards. We're working on getting the prints and all of that sort of stuff as well. And this book, while supplies last, with the stretch goals, you will still be able to get stretch goals while supplies last through the Crowdox survey as well. And that comes with our Fire Bitch CD. So in the first issue, we put out an unofficial soundtrack. And
it's
in
5:11 p.m.
My phone just decided to tell me it's 5:11 p.m. So in the first one, we had an unofficial soundtrack, which is a Spotify playlist of songs that I thought went well with this. Well, for the second issue, we wrote our own soundtrack. So we wrote our own songs and created those We do have a few covers in there, but while supplies last, everyone that jumps into the Kickstarter and the Crowdox is going to get an actual physical CD of the soundtrack for Fire Bitch 2.
I think that's amazing. So you got so much. So this is like, obviously this is more than just a book. There's a lot of moving parts with everything you're doing, and a lot of different stuff that you're doing with it as well. And you got assistants. You got people, who are winning, and
yes, that is our little rescue dog, Mercy, who loves to bark at anything she hears outside. So we actually have 2 music videos. We have 2 music videos currently up on my YouTube channel, and you can find those songs also on Spotify. And those songs are Fire Bitch and Fire Goes On.
Awesome. Okay, so the comments are blowing up right now. So apparently everybody wants to claim you, but Alfred has obviously beat them to the punch. And so Christy is saying we're all battling for Cara, and Trish is saying Alfred beat us all to the punchline. Yeah, and Trish is also asking, are you singing for us tonight? Because we got to walk.
No, not tonight.
No, that's not happening. All right, so how is the process? Like, between, like, are you hearing music in your head as you're putting this together, as you're writing it, or are you kind of just like, all right, I put this together now that I have this like structured, I can, kind of like do something, like I can kind of make music to it now that it's, out there?
So for the music, Alfred is a natural musician. He just constantly comes up with everything, just music wise. And so he'll play something. We'll both get an idea. We'll write some stuff down. I'm like a very, social media diva. That music video is out too. That one is so much fun. But I like to write like pen to paper, and he's more of a put it in my phone kind of guy. And I just think that handwriting it kind of gets my brain functioning a little more in regards to that. And so we just kind of go back and forth. We'll try to play something out, then maybe we'll change it. And we do a lot of like dueling pianos kind of a thing. And we do that with our writing for the scripts as well as for music, where, one of us will put something in, another person will put something in, and we'll kind of go back and forth. And like, I'll take out some of his stuff. He'll take out some of mine. I'll put back in, we just kind of go back and forth and just kind of add and take away until it all comes together.
That's amazing. And, I always wonder, and I know I've asked you this before, but I wonder because, sometimes our answers change day to day, especially when it comes to, working with somebody that you're very close with. The guest I had on earlier this afternoon, was telling me that his wife is his biggest critic, and like, she's very well read, and she'll look over his stuff, and she's not always his biggest fan. She's not afraid to tell him when he's not doing something well, and she'll straight up put him in and tell him what's going on. So illustrating this, and you're writing it, so it's like you guys are collaborating.
Well, we're both writing it.
Okay, so you guys are both writing it. So
so we actually have 2 screens up, and we put it all in the Google Drive, right? And so we have 2 screens up, and we both have editing capabilities. So then he'll write something in, and I'll write something in. We'll read what the other person wrote. Maybe we'll change it, talk about it, go back and forth. So it really is like, sometimes he'll type some whole thing up, and I'll be like, delete, and write something. And sometimes he's like, and then we'll kind of like, okay, this is how I want it outlined. And then he will go and re-outline it his way. And, we just kind of go back and forth with that. It's really a crazy process.
Do you guys ever do you guys always get along well as a result of this, or? Yeah, of course. So of course there's points when, you're butting heads. So how do you kind of keep how do you stay on course and make sure that you guys are hearing each other, but not choking each other out? over, you know, creative differences and all that kind of stuff.
Well, what we do is we open up these curtains and it expands our space, and then we just like physically throw down, you know, and it's kind of like winner takes all. You know, he lost all that weight now, so it's easier for me to put him in a headlock and just be like, you know. We're like pretty comparable in size now, so you know, I got more lower body strength, he's got more upper body strength. So you do that thing where you like pick up your leg and you like swing it around their neck and just
I wouldn't mess with you anyway. You know, there's just, you know, even if I was like a martial arts master, I wouldn't do it.
Oh, good. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's like Thunderdome around here, you know?
Mm-hmm. I can see it in your face too. You got this, you know, it's kind of nice here because there's no one but me. So all the battles are up in my head, you know, and I always lose. It sucks.
I feel you. I always lose to me too.
Yeah. And then we realized that we need to listen to our significant others a little bit more. Anthony, what's up, man? He's saying
hi, Anthony.
So let's go into a little bit about what you miss most about Comic-Con. How have you been doing? Because it's been a year now. Like literally, I interviewed you a year ago, so a year has passed. How you doing?
I've lost my mind. You know, I'm like Smeagol now. My precious. You know, I miss everybody. It's like Groundhog Day. You know, like the day is the same every single day. And you just never know. The hardest part, I think, right now, you know, at the beginning, it was like, it's 2 weeks. I can do this, man. I'm going to use this 2 weeks to get everything organized and like get myself situated. Nope. Here we are a year later, and you just never know what is coming up. You're like, oh, yeah, this person's doing a show and they want to book you and blah, 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 blah. Show's canceled. We're going to move it out to this month. Well, but there's like 5 other shows that want to be that month. And so, you know, you just don't know. Oh, we're going to get vaccinated. You can't get an appointment.
Yeah.
Not you. They can get vaccinated. You?
So
then you're like,
May 1st. Now, I do believe that conventions will be coming back very, very soon. Is there any particular show that you're like really like if it were to happen? Because I know a lot of them are already canceled. We know that San Diego's not happening. We know that Phoenix is not happening. But Emerald City's happening. C2E2's happening. So far, Awesome Con is supposed to happen. There's a good chance Dragon Con might happen. So is there any particular show you're looking forward to so far that, like, you know, that's in the immediate future that you can see yourself actually going to?
Well, that is also another thing because of the fact that the shows are still few and far between. There's a lot more competition to get into those conventions. So at that point, it's a matter of what can I reasonably even get into?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, when you get to where we are, I'm sure that if it came down to it, you know, and you couldn't get a table, would you still go to that con just to walk around? You kind of can't at this point. You know, that's like, well, we didn't schedule you for work, but if you want to come hang out here, you can. Like, no.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you mentioned that because I was just talking the other day. So apparently Comic Palooza is happening. And I was just like talking with Trish, actually, and Chuck Pino about doing the show. Mm-hmm. And then sure enough, the same day that we were talking about it, the show got postponed to July now. And I do believe it's going to happen. I think that the reason why they're postponing it is just like give people a little bit more time to get vaccinated. But there's a problem with that because every single time you move things back, you know, it makes things it makes things a little bit more complicated on the front of, like, you know, are people still going to be interested? Are people still going to be available? My instinct tells me they will, because what else are they going to do right now? But you know, at the same time, it's kind of like it's a lot on us. I mean, I lost some money last year simply because the show said it was going to happen and it didn't. You know, and everybody said that they were that it was going through, and you know, all of a sudden it wasn't. So I do find it kind of like, I see your point. You know, it's like, is it worth it to go there just to like be there? I mean, we're there to basically get our books into as many people's hands as we can.
Right.
We're there to interact with our fans. We want to engage and do everything. So is there something particular that you're like really anxious to do once you get back onto the con scene?
No, I mean, well, I want to go back to doing panels and comedy shows at conventions because I love doing that. But I think that it's more than just going back. And if people think, we're going to be going back. Okay. But times have changed, not just with the idea of spreading disease, but also socially. There's been such a change that we just don't know anymore. Christy's here. She can attest to this one. What are people comfortable with? Like, I never want to offend anybody. I never want to harm anybody or make anybody uncomfortable. So you've got this situation now. I mean, back in the before 4 times, Onrie, it's like, hey, my buddy, we give each other hugs and, I might lick your face. Who knows? You can't do that anymore. You know what I mean? It's, you don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. You don't want to, put them in that awkward space. It's like, how close can you get? Are we shaking hands? Are we elbow bumping? Are we fist bumping? Are we bowing and curtsying? What are we doing? How do we associate with one another anymore?
I think that's funny. I mean, I agree with you in that regard. I honestly think that it's, I think when we get back to cons, I think everybody, honestly, the experiences that I've had, I think I've grown far more as a result of what happened, because when I was at conventions before, I was always too busy to like really pay attention to like anything else. By the end of the day, I'd always be like, all right, I'm going back to my hotel room, and it's the life of being on the road. Yeah. You're not on vacation. You're not going out to spend a lot of money and spend a lot of money on lavish things. I mean, sure, there are some shows where you might do that for networking purposes or just because you're with some people that you want to be with or whatever the case is. But typically speaking, when I go to a convention, I finish up the day and that's it. But because of COVID, it's given me a chance to really engage with so many different creators and learn from you guys. And the thing that I find so amazing about you in particular is I look at what you're doing and how you've managed to pivot. I mean, you pivoted very quickly, and seeing how you're still managing to engage with your audience and keep things going. And I know a lot of the challenges you face, particularly with like social media blocking and all this stuff, that I'm truly inspired. I think it's from like a professional standpoint. I don't think there's anybody that is more like engaged with her fans and just relentless. You're fantastic. Just how you manage to like nothing stops Cara. It's really phenomenal.
You're making me blush.
Oh, making you blush.
I just love people. I love talking to everybody and associating with everybody, and it's interesting. People will send me, like, I just got the most beautiful message from someone who had met me at a convention, and we got to talking, and he found out about some of the the political activity that I had done. And he sent me this whole message about like how he just won his court case and like all this great stuff. And I'm like, like, I feel like I'm a part of people's lives, like I get to know you guys, and I'm honored to know you guys and, and talk to everybody, and that you guys trust me with, with what's happening in your world.
And I love the fact that you've been able to constantly stay engaged, because that was something that was really particularly hard for me at first, because like, we have very different business setups, and it took me a while to kind of like figure it out. But, you were definitely one of the people that when I I watched what you were doing and spoke to you, I was like, oh, okay. It gave me a lot of perspective. But another thing I wanted to say too is I think what we do is just so important. You know, and I think the first thing that was going on when COVID hit was this whole argument of essential work, right? And I think I do believe our work is essential because people need escape. Escapism is a real necessity, and you provide that. We provide that, you know, and it's a very important thing. Like, and not everybody is equipped to do that. You know, like most people don't want to be in the spotlight. They just kind of like the distance. It takes a lot of bravery to go out there and put yourself out there like this and say, hey, look, I made something. I spent hours, months slaving over this. And, you know, with a backlight behind me and, you know, getting my makeup on. I don't wear makeup, guys. But it is real. I shaved the hair off my head and I glued it to my face so you guys can see it here. You like my beard, Karen?
I do. I like beards. Beards are awesome.
Now I'm
But they can't be like homeless beards. You know, they can't be like really scraggly. You know, you gotta keep clean. Like
gotta keep it clean. Yeah, absolutely. We are gonna take a break right now, but we will be back in just a minute here. So if you guys are interested in picking up Fire B, FB, $15 signed, and Cara, we will be back in just a minute. Hang tight, everybody, and enjoy some commercials from our sponsors. Today's comics market is ripe with new titles by creators who are determined to get their books into your hands. My name is Onrie Compen. For the last decade, I've been making and selling my own creator-owned comics and dealing as a collector in live sales. My signature series, Yisun Shin, is the book that cannot be defeated in battle and has over 250,000 copies in print. Now I'm taking comics to the next level and laying the groundwork for my fellow creators to get their voices heard so they can connect directly with you. This is your chance to engage live with top comic book talent and get your comics signed without having to wait in long lines or pay any fees. But remember, we only have a limited amount of their books in stock, so always remember to call it as you see it. You're watching Virtual Signings with Onrie, the live event show. And we're back. And we switched sides. Look at that.
Yes, we did.
All right. Cara, I forgot to tell you something before the show starts. I'm going to tell you right now. So Miss Michelle Blush would like a copy of Fire B #1 signed to Tim. Do you think you can make that work for us?
Of course.
Awesome. Okay, cool.
Put it back.
What's that?
You switched it back.
I switched it back. That was Kyle who did it. Kyle does it. whatever. And now it made me smaller. And if he wants to, he can shut me up too. He can just hit that mute button, and I can't talk anymore. But the half my head being cut off, that's my fault. Okay, so you got some other stuff going on. I want to hear everything you have for us today for sale. What do we got here?
Okay, so because I want people to support your business, I did not bring out any Fire Bitch books because I wanted to get yours. But I do have I do have cosplay covers as well as like many other covers from different creators, Mike DeBalfa, Mike DeCarlo, Steph Wilson. I've got some coloring covers, I've got blanks, blah, 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 blah. So any of those you want to see, you hit me up. But what I want to talk about is...
I'm getting all excited up in here. Ooh, this is
I've got quite a few covers of these as well. Confessions of a Cosplay Diva.
Whoa! Oh my God! What's up with this? What's going on?
So I have my own book here, and I want to say it was like 46, 52, something like that. Like it's a lot of pages. And this is a pinup confessional. So this is where I talk all about what it's like going to cons. There's some background on who I am and where I come from. And I redacted a lot of stuff. So you're going to see like little scribblies of things that were taken out. Like, so see here is, different things. Am I tripping? Road trips and travel tips. Because I've done a lot of traveling. I've got, my centerfold right there. I've got a lot going on in this book, different cosplays and different things like that. And if you get a confessions book from me, I want to say 5 of these left. You're going to get one of my stretch goal packs from the campaign, from the Kickstarter campaign, which comes with stickers, certificate of authenticity, collector's cards, all those fun things as well, mini prints, that sort of thing. So, Confessions of a Cosplay Diva, my base cover is $20. And this is a cosplay / painting. So this was kind of both. It was an image that had like a little bit of a paint over. And these are all comic book size, so you can bag them, board them, hide them between your comics, and hide them from your wife. That always gets a laugh. But I did a lot of different variant covers for this one. So some different fun things that we had some additional covers added on. Like this is a double cover.
Ooh la la!
So this one sells for $60. And I do put all of these in Gemini mailers, just so you know. I've got my Slave Leia cover. I've got my Velma cover. I don't have Daphne out here, but I do have Daphne available. This one is my character, Polygon, and this is actually printed on linen. So it actually has kind of like a painting, as far as the texture of the paper on the outside. It's a linen cover. So this one is $40 as well. I've got some holofoils. I do have a black cat that I did not bring out here. My Power Girl lingerie cover. So I've got all these fun covers, and I have more as well. So Vampirella. I thought I brought my Vampirella out here. Maybe I didn't. Yes, I did. This is Vampirella, and it's on foil. And for those of you that don't know, I actually was on a cover of Vampirella. It was issue 2 that came out last year. It was Vengeance of Vampirella, issue 2, and I was on the cover. It's a different image than this one, but I actually was on a Dynamite Vampirella cover. So this one is holofoil, $40. And like I said, for the first 5 confessions purchases, I'm going to throw in the stretch goal pack that came with it. Now I also have my own mouse pads. These are $10. And this is, I had gotten these for my calendar campaign. So these are $10, and there is a marrowed edge. So that's a serge edge all the way around it. And I love the way that these turned out. They are so beautiful. And they've got tons of my cosplays all on here from my calendar. Now, I also have stretch go packs from my calendar campaign. And this has mini prints in there. I've got my own little notepad. This is actually super cool, so I'm going to show this. If I can get it open. And I want to say I've got 10 of these left. I've got some mini prints and some, oh, my Vampirella birthday card that you get, as well as stickers. I have my own 183 degree studio pen that you're going to get along with the notepad, and a patch, collector's cards, stickers, die cut stickers of some of my cosplays. And you're going to get that if you order one of my calendars. Now, all I have left are nude holofoil covers. The inside, this is a 2021 calendar, like this is July's. And it's got multiple different cosplays in here. And what I have left is all that I have left. And these go for $80. And like I said, I am going to throw in a stretch goal pack because I do have some left. So you can see some of the different things that I have here. I do have a Patreon. I do not do any images that are nude or topless digitally. You can only get them very rarely through my campaigns and certain products. Hey, Mr. Pajamas is here. So yes, I do have this available as well. So that's just some of the fun things I have. I also have my photo book trilogy. So these were the first books that I put out. This is issue 1, issue 2, and issue 3. And actually issue 1 is a re-release with additional content. So I want to say these are 32-page books, and it has cosplays in there with different stories of how they came about and where they came from, what I did, who they are. There's my Daphne Velma. So I'm doing the trilogy for $30, or you can get them for $15 each. Catch you later, Mike. Have a wonderful night. This is my Punisher, my White Phoenix. So I have a lot of fun different cosplays in all of these. Some people have 1 issue, some people have 2, some people have all 3 of them. And that's kind of what I did. If anyone has any questions, Onrie, do you have any questions? I mean, I know you know about some of my books, and my photo books are where it started. So these are all like so comic book sized.
I did have a question for you. What is your favorite character besides Fire Bee to cosplay as?
My favorite, okay, I love doing anything that's a zombie. One time I did a really super gross Power Girl zombie. It was like 2 hours worth of makeup. I had this weird mask. I had stuff oozing out of me. It was disgusting. And I'm like, I'm going to take this as an opportunity for every guy that says, I like you for your personality. Let's find out if that's true. And I wore this disgusting, oozing zombie. And you could actually get prints of that for a while. And, I actually have it in my book 1. And I loved doing that. And what I did is I went around and I flirted with everyone I could find. It was glorious. There you go. Isn't that hideous?
There is absolutely nobody like you in this business. You are amazing. I think that's so fun. I remember the first time I met you at a convention. I think it was in the New Mexico, the Albuquerque convention. Was that the first time we met? I think so. Yeah, it was a while ago. And hey, Cody. So I remember you were Jill Valentine from Resident Evil 3. And that was kind of like how I knew you at the time, because I didn't see. And then you were like, you handed out your card and it said AZ Power Girl on it. And I was like, oh, okay. And then the next time I saw you was in Baltimore, like months later. And ever since then, we've been kind of like getting, staying in touch and seeing each other at shows. Yes, Jill Valentine. That was the first time I saw you. So I thought it was funny that your answer was zombies, because, you were doing like, and one of the things she did, folks, I used to wear collared shirts and a jacket to shows. So the first thing Cara did when she saw me was she walked up to me and she saw that my collar was not right. And she didn't even say hi to me or anything. She just said, "Come here." And she goes, "Hi, my name's Cara." Do you see now? I changed the T-shirt, so it's easier. No, I don't have
because I'm not gonna let my people have a problem. Like, ladies, if I see you with toilet paper on your shoe, I am gonna tell you. If I see you with lipstick on your teeth, I'm be like, "Hey, girl, let's hook you up." Because we can't do that to each other. We're all family here. You gotta.
Yeah, and if I see like a really ugly kid, I give him a paper bag and I say, "Here, put this on your head."
That is the one reason I am in full support of the mask mandates. Is people got a lot of ugly kids. We got to cover that up.
You got some really great deals, by the way. I love tell us about the trilogy that you have again. So the trilogy is going for $30 for all 3 books.
All 3 books.
Signed right now, folks. Call it as you see it. All you got to do is just say, "Cara, sign it," and then fill out the form. It's really that simple. Call it as you see it. We will take care of everything else for you guys. Cara will sign for you live right now. You want to get this thing graded? You want to go and send it off? You got witness proof right here. So be sure to, and a lot of the stuff you're showing right now is just absolutely phenomenal. Now I know that you were saying before about the different covers you have for Firebeat. I am really interested in seeing some of them. Do you have them around you? Can we see some of those covers?
You give me a minute, I can go grab some.
Absolutely. And I will entertain the folks in the meantime by standing here and looking handsome. Look at that. See, guys don't need to look over there. You need to look over here at this. Look at this concoction. This is a lot of work right here. All right. I got to spend at least 10 minutes every day just kind of, making sure that hair's not growing out of place and everything like that. Now, for Cara, it takes a lot longer because it's presentation and everything. There's not much work to be done here. You just mow the lawn once a week, and that's it. Much easier being a guy. So, how about the Bears? Let me know how you're all doing. Cody, good to see you. Joe, Cluck, good to see you. Cody, you're awesome. Christy, you're awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here. Just so you guys know, after this show is over, we're also going to be doing a live sales show on my channel. So if we're not doing a favor, send me a friend request. Let's connect. We're going to have lots of books for sale tonight. We're going to be doing a warehouse raid, so you guys can totally come and buy all kinds of comics. I'm also a comic creator too, so if you guys are interested in hearing about my comics as well. Plus, we're going to have the first issue of this book right here for sale. It's going to go for $15. The book that started it all, or that's continuing it all. Well, you know what, Anthony? Go ahead. You're welcome to call it for Cara, and she could put it aside. What's my favorite part of what I do? Everything is my favorite. I love, just one of the things I love so much about Cara is her showmanship. And to me, that's what I love the most about being in this industry is the showmanship aspect of it. Of course, I love creating comics too, but getting up and being with you guys, providing that escape, and presenting you guys with genuinely great comics, that is what I love most about this business. Whether it's comics that I've created myself or that other tremendously talented creators such as Cara are putting out there. And I don't think it's easy to put yourself out there like Cara has been doing. And I know it's really hard for her right now to dig up everything. But I do think this wait is going to be worth it, guys, because we're going to get to see all the different variants. And I have learned to really appreciate the magic of variants. And she's back! Nobody wants to talk to me. They all want to talk to Cara. See, now I've been minimized and thrown back into my corner over here, my corner of the show. I love it. All right.
Okay, so I'm going to start off with this one is called School of Hard Knockers, and this is a topless. This was drawn by Mike DeBalfo and colored by me. So this one is $40. Isn't that cute? And it's a DeBalfo. So, like, who doesn't like Mike DeBalfo?
I especially like the way the post-it know to stay in place.
Right?
I really appreciate that. For
so
all our young
this is Star Blazing, and it is similar to the main cover, but it is like a nighttime version, and it's a holofoil. And we're doing this one for $30. Shiny.
And Cody, sorry, not Cody, who was it? Anthony was saying that he wished it was payday because he would totally get the Confession trilogy. And I told him that you would be more than happy to put that.
Oh, you know me, Anthony. You can hit me up anytime, my friend. So this one was done by Mike DiCarlo, and I love this. This is a can anybody guess what this is a homage of?
I'm going to guess it's when Superman was spanking Supergirl.
No.
No. Sorry. Am I allowed to say spanking on the air?
Spanking.
Spanking.
So I chose Mike DiCarlo for this because he is a very classic comic book creator and comic book artist. And this is, yes, Paul, you got it, McClintock. When John Wayne was spanking his wife.
He spanked his wife?
Yes, in McClintock, he sure did.
Wow, I got to go back to watch that movie.
Yeah, so I thought that this would be, and it even has the font like that too. So I thought that would be a lot of fun to kind of go there.
That's awesome. So when you come up with, here's a question for you. When you come up with these different variants, do you have an idea of what you want the artist to portray? Do you guys have a conversation like, I want you to draw this? Or do you just kind of say, here's an idea, go run with it, have fun?
It depends. I found that when you just give artists like free reign, you end up with a bunch of the same thing. Like they send you like all the same pose, and you're like, so then you have to be like, all right, well, send me some, unless you have an idea. So sometimes we'll be like, hey, here's some photos, and we want you to take something like this. Or we'll say, hey, send me some thumbnails, and then we'll choose from there. So it really depends on the artist and what they do. A lot of times what we'll do is we'll go through their art and be like, okay, this is what I like from you. Because every artist has their strength. So that's kind of where we go with that. We've got cosplay covers for this book as well. And this is a holofoil cosplay cover, also $30. So yeah, that's kind of how we do it.
And
this one,
Cara,
go ahead.
So Christy is calling a Fire Beast signed. So Christy, let us know which one you want. If you want this cover, I can put it aside for you. If you want one of the covers that Cara is showing off right now, let us know specifically which one, and we'll put it aside for you.
Yes, absolutely. This one is called Risque Business, and this is a painting done by Alfred Trujillo. You can see. So very lovely. I'll do her for $30 here tonight. That's $10 off just because I like you. Oh, okay. This is a lot of fun. Give me 1 second on this. This one is a lot of fun. Let me find the other one. Here we go. So we have our Spider-Man 300, right?
Oh, that's awesome. I love it.
It gets better. I've got a Spider-Man 300 cosplay edition for Confessions of a Cosplay.
Oh my God! What is the price on that?
These are 20 each.
20 each, guys. You got to jump on this. This is awesome. I love those spider.
Who else has done a cosplay cover of a Spider-Man 300?
Yes, we got to talk after
yeah.
After this is
this
over.
One is just, I'm like, I got to do this. And so, yeah, we went there.
I want to stock that, Cara. I need that.
Yeah.
And by the way, I've been kind of jumping around. I've been calling you Cara and Cara. What's the
Cara.
It's Cara. That's what I think.
I'm feeling pretentious.
And Cara, like if you're in France, if you're at like a big French, then you're Cara.
Yes, if I'm better than you, I'm Cara.
What's up, Kevin? My partner is watching right now. He is seeing everything. My business partner. And
yeah, good.
Hetero life mate. Look at that. Check that out. I love this cover. Is that tattoo real?
Yeah, of course. See? Hey, what happened? Where'd it go?
On the other hand.
No. So actually, I have temporary tattoos that everybody got in their stretch goal packs.
Oh, that's right. I actually have one myself.
See? Yeah, so I have temporary tattoos.
I didn't apply it right.
Did you lick it first?
Yeah.
Well, that's where you went wrong. Don't lick it. That's gross. Don't put things in your mouth. What's wrong with you?
You gotta not lick it. And I'm not gonna say anything else before I get kicked off the network.
So we got another cosplay edition. This is the base cover, the base cosplay cover. This is 20.
Cara, Christy wants your favorite your favorite edition of the first cover. So of everything you're showing us right now, the favorite one, that's the one Christy wants.
The favorite. I don't know. I'm going to have to. That's a hard one. There's so many.
They're so great. Honestly, Christy, I would jump on that 300.
The 300's fun. Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, that one's also great.
This one is printed on black linen.
Wow.
So yeah, that was this. It's a black linen cover, and it looks better in real life than it does on camera because you can't see where it's got kind of a weird like 3D effect. That's super cool. And this one was available with the Confessions campaign as an add-on. This was the remember the School of Hard Knockers I showed you, the DeBalfo. So this is like the cosplay version. We've got. Oh, these are fun. So these are really fun. Let me do a little bit of covering. So do we have any Steph Wilson fans in the house?
I am a big Steph Wilson fan. Steph is fantastic. His show is awesome. He is a awesome, splendid guy.
So we've got our Instagram post. Okay. But then we also have the Color Me version as well. So you can color your own Steph Wilson cover. This is printed on Strathmore so that you can color it.
And you know what the great thing is that I think coloring books for adults are a really great thing. It's very therapeutic.
Yeah.
It's not just a simple thing of like being a kid and just coloring outside the lines. Every time I watch my kid color, I want to, just be like, don't do it! Color the right way! But, you
let him color how he wants.
Yeah. I got to let him do it. I'm thinking that. But, when you're an adult, you get to do it your way. And that's what's special.
That's right.
So how much is the color edition?
So both of these are 20 each.
20 a pop.
20 a pop for the Steph Wilson. Get the set. I will take $5 off if anyone buys more than one thing.
Whoa. And we only got 4 minutes left, folks. 4 minutes left, and we're going to have to wrap up in 2 minutes. So Cara, keep going here.
Okay, so we've also got a Color Me DeBalfo cover as well. So you can color your own version of her on this one. And this also goes for $40. We've got the Not at San Diego Comic-Con edition. And we've got the and the Not at San Diego Comic-Con is $20 as the Through Flames. This one was a painting. Well, I colored it. Alfred digitally drew it as well. That one's $20. So yeah, we've got, you know, all these things. Like I said, if you get the calendar for $80, I will throw in the calendar for $80 because it is foil and it is nude cover. And I will throw in the stretch goal pack. I've got the mouse pads, $10. Buy more than one of whatever, mix and match. I'll take $5 off of your order.
That is phenomenal. That is phenomenal. Cara, thank you so much for being here. We will have you back very, very soon. You have brought in so many people. You have such a loyal fan base. We really, really appreciate you so very much. You are fantastic. Keep doing what you're doing, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, we gotta get together and, you know, have a Zoom chat.
Oh,
and catch up.
Actually, I sent you a message. I'd really love to talk to you after we're off the air for a couple minutes. Like if you have some time for me. Look at that. I get to talk with Cara. Do you get to talk with Cara? No, because you didn't buy her books. You got to call it as you see it. And guys, here's the beautiful thing about virtual signings with Onrie. You guys can call this stuff after we're off the air too. We will definitely bring Cara back in the future. These books are still for sale. We're going to be going on Kicking It with Onrie very, very shortly in about a half hour, and you guys will be able to buy these books on here too. Come shop with us. And Cara, thank you so much for coming on. Next up on the EXP, we got Talking Shop coming up with special guest Jan Apple. And let's see, we got another comment here. Ash Drakensing is saying he loves you, Cara. Look at that. You got nothing but love from all of your fans. All my fans just say, shave your face, Onrie. You know, do something with yourself. Do something with your life. Sell some more. So you got a lot of fans out there who really love and care about you, and I think you got really a really great book and support system, and it is such a pleasure to be here. And you got a better camera than I do too. That camera is really
I've got a fantastic camera.
That is the best camera. Super impressed.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we are wrapping up. Thank you so much for being here. We will see you guys next week with a brand new episode. Take care. And it looks like we have another 45 seconds now. We're almost there. Okay, we're there. Okay, we made it. No 45.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey, and behind every page there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
What's up, everybody? It's Kyle. Welcome into Talking Shop here on this Friday, March the 12th, 2021. I am joined tonight by a very special guest. Her name is Jan Apple, and she'll be joining me in just a half a second here. She is an artist, comic book artist, and she is part of an anthology book, autobiography, graphic novel. We'll talk about that in a minute. But first, let me bring her in the studio. Everybody, welcome Jan Apple. Hey, Jan, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Very good. So let's start at the beginning. How did you get into comics?
Well, I have like a mixed history with manga and comics.
Mm-hmm.
And like all the American comics that I've ever read was through like web comics, honestly.
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't have like any connection with like comic book shops back then. But my school had a library and they had some like manga there. And I got introduced to the Phoenix by Osamu Tezuka, and I just fell in love with like sci-fi and like the whole genre of like futuristic, and that's what I'm trying to like aim towards with my career, is just to be like a sci-fi like comic manga artist.
So, but what made you decide that this was the field, right? Like, there's a lot more money to be made in like advertising and things like that. What made you decide that you wanted to make comics or manga or any of this kind of field? Like, do you understand the question?
Oh
Because
yeah.
I just butchered it.
Oh, it was a hard decision. My parents were actually no. My mom was very against me going into a comic career. There's a funny story with my grandpa. He was a very like accepting man, and my mom was like a little wonky in the head, to say it nicely. And she kept saying like, "Oh, he's so, disappointed that you're going into like an art career. Like he doesn't even want to talk to you. Like you're such a disgrace, Asian family stuff."
I was going to ask.
Yeah, it's very Asian. And my grandpa was a vet too, so my mom was hoping that I would go into like a veterinary science-y genre, which I was really good at too. Like that's part of the reason why I wanted to go into sci-fi, is because I'm really into science and I was in like AP biology and everything. But yeah, so one day I finally like had a moment with my grandpa and I'm like, yeah, like, my actual passion is like comics and manga, and I want to tell stories. And I was so scared of what he was going to say after that, and he said, yeah, it's fine, like I love manga, you'll do fine. And I just started tearing up because of like, oh my god, like my mom lied to me straight up. He didn't even like hear anything about this.
Yeah. So what is your favorite? What is your favorite manga? I'm just gonna ask. I know for a lot of people it's like picking their favorite children, or their favorite child. But what's your favorite manga?
The one that I just mentioned, the Phoenix Resurrection from Osamu Tezuka, like that opened up the whole possibility that, oh man, I want to draw manga myself. And like I love other manga too. I've read a ton of it during my life, but that first like world opening experience is uncomparable.
Oh, absolutely. I remember the first manga I picked up. We used to have to go to a place called Media Play. It was the only place in town that sold them, that sold manga at all. They were the only place you could get anime. They were like, it was really great that they existed. And I bought a One Piece manga. And I was in my late teens, and I picked it up because I liked the art on the cover, and I didn't realize that I was 10 volumes in. And so I start reading it. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, but I need to find all of this I can consume. And that was my introduction to manga. This story makes no sense. Let me find everything else, and just becoming obsessed with it like in a week.
Yeah. No, I've purchased many bootlegged animes back in the day because I couldn't get a hold of it. So yeah, like when I go to like anime conventions, there were booths selling, like Chinese like rip-off DVDs that's not official.
Right. These were the real things, but this was like manga at the time, at least where I'm at, hadn't really made it into the market yet.
Uh-huh.
And so like one store carried it.
Mm-hmm.
And you could get it, but you had to like be there the day they got it in.
Yeah, or else it'll be gone.
When they put it on the shelf, or otherwise it's gone. Right. So I totally know that feeling. So wanting to go into manga and having a webtoons background and that kind of stuff, or webcomics background and that kind of stuff, how did you find yourself? You've been doing work with the really annoying guy in the comments, Dirk Manning. How did you find yourself getting paired up with him?
We first contacted when we were working on another anthology comic. It was horror themed, and they were calling for artists, and it wasn't a great story, but I submitted like a proposal to them. And they're like, yeah, like I really like your artwork, and there's a writer there who needs an artist, so how about it?
And yeah, what anthology was that?
I forget what it was called. It was what was
remember what
it?
the subject matter was?
Yeah, it was Then It Was Dark, edited by Sarah Benkin.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we worked on a comic called I Ain't Superstitious, and it's his like real life paranormal experience. So it was really fun.
I'm sure if we keep talking about it, he'll type the whole story in the comments. Because that's who he is. But so was that your first kind of foray into more traditional American style comics?
No, I worked on other like anthologies. I submitted Specimen to the Uncanny Adventures duel for the Eighth Wonder Press.
Okay. And working on anthologies, you get to work with a bunch of different writers.
Mm-hmm.
What's that like, going from, okay, I'm going to do this book or this story with this writer, and then the next writer comes along and they do things a little differently. How does that affect the way you approach telling the story through the artwork?
Oh, not at all. Like I pretty much get like they pretty much like trust me with how the paneling's gonna be, what kind of scene they want me to draw, and like what size of panel it is. So they just give me the script, and I try to like visualize it, like how am I going to turn this into a movie almost.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of my sorry. Yeah, that's one of my strong point is like comic paneling and like layering it out in the page. Like I really love doing composition work because I used to be going into a graphic design more than comics back in the day. So, like layering out everything where the eye line is, and, going into the science of like divisions and whatnot. So yeah, I'm really lucky that people trust me that I'll be able to make something good with their scripts.
Are there writers you've worked with who were more, hey, can you make it 6 panels on this page and have these things happen in the panels? And, are there writers who have been more restrictive or more, had more of a vision than others?
Yep, and I talked them into okaying my version.
I can hear that conversation now. Look, we could do that, but I'm going to do something better.
Right. Yeah, so I
So,
usually give them like a thumbnail, like a sketch of what the paneling is going to be. And yeah, there were writers who were like, yeah, but can you make this panel bigger? Or like, can you like, change this scene to this? And then I'll be like, no, you can't do this because X, Y, and Z. And like this panel needs like a buffer in between because it's just going to, the timing's not going to be right. Or I'll be like, oh yeah, like you should put this panel here because it just flows better.
yeah, I'm always interested in figuring out or hearing people talk about how they do layouts.
Mm-hmm.
How they pick the way the panels are shaped and where the panels kind of fit, other than just telling the story. It's obviously they have to go sequentially to tell the story, but how do you decide that this panel is 3/4 of the width of the page and this one's a quarter, and that kind of stuff?
It really depends on the subject matter. I pay attention to emotions as well. So if there's a character that's, like pressured into something, I'll be putting him in like a bigger panel. So there's like a lot of empty spaces to feel that void. And then if there's something exciting, I want the character to really express it. So I'll draw the character like over other panels, and yeah, like it really depends on the scene and how I want
So,
to tell the scene.
right. So your art style is certainly heavily influenced by manga
Hmm.
and anime. So you mentioned the one book, but who else would you say are some of your artistic influences?
So I have a weird relationship with manga when it comes to inspirations. There's a guy called Nakamura Azushi, and his style is more comic than manga too. But
Mm-hmm.
my biggest like artistic influences
Mm-hmm.
is Jamie Hewitt from the Gorillaz artist.
Yes, I
God,
can totally see that.
I love, like, the first time I saw the MTV music video for uh, Clint Eastwood was just mind blowing. Like, I want to draw like movements and emotions and that dark shading like he does, and I have been a big fan ever since.
Oh, I'm having the strongest flashback to when that song came out and you couldn't go anywhere without hearing it.
Oh yeah.
And every day you'd get home from school and you'd turn on MTV and there's the music video.
Right. Yeah, I had to
Oh, I'm
watch it
having the
over
strongest
and over
memory.
again.
Yeah. I,
Yeah,
I, I
like
totally
something.
see that.
Yeah, like something about like the mouth movements, like how the arms dangle, and that subtle nuances to that animation was so cool.
Absolutely. Have you played around with animation or having your art animated like that?
Yeah, when I was in college, I went into a course called digital media, and they covered like a whole wide range of anything design related to like digitally created art. So I took some classes in animation, but it takes way too long for me to make something by animation. And
Sure.
I feel more excited when I'm thinking about scene by scene by scene, and that's why I'm more into comics as well.
Absolutely. Now, is there a dream project for you? Like, we're talking about the influences and the web comics and
Mhm.
the anime manga influences, the Gorillas influence, and Dirk says you can't unsee the influence now, and it's good to know moving forward. You're gonna have to draw a Gorillas book for him now. But is there a project that you feel like your art specifically would lend itself to, like, from an existing character in the pop culture world or an existing story that you would love to tell?
Yeah, I have this one story called The Variety Familia. It's going to be like a sci-fi mafia story that I've been like incubating it for high school. Like I've had like many story changes. Yeah, I've been like researching about like organized crime, and I've watched many documentaries about like how the culprit works, and then I'm trying to like weave that into like what if there's like a group of people who just specializes in like scamming and I don't know, just the violence and the sexiness, and it'll be such a wonderful experience if I could like put that forward into a project.
So, what draws you to that type of story? Is it just an idea you had one day, or are you interested in that kind of mafia kind of, crimes, that kind of noirish world?
I don't really remember, honestly. Like, I think it just started with me just doodling some dudes with suits with guns, and I'm like, dude, it'll be really cool if I can just keep drawing this.
Well, there you go. I mean, it's all got to start somewhere, and if it was just doing character design and it led you to a whole story, that's kind of great.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't know. I just have a lot of ideas for like more like suspense related stuff. I definitely want to work more on like horror with gore and like drama, like the really dark stuff. But the funny thing is, I told you about the webcomics and how it influenced. I've always read comedy instead of any of the genre that I want to work in.
Why do you think that is? Is it just because the genre you want to work in is so dark, you need something light to balance it, or
I don't think so, because my favorite webcomic in the whole entire world is Cyanide and Happiness, and that's pretty dark.
cyanide? Well, that's dark, but that's also very funny,
It is
especially if you have a dark
hilarious.
sense of humor. Have you played their game,
Oh no, not
Joking
yet.
Hazard?
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely.
Oh, it's so fun.
I know.
It's super dark too.
I love it.
So other than art, comics, web comics, working in art, um, what other kind of nerdy pop culture stuff are you into?
Games for sure. Like I've been a gamer forever, and it's a very obscure title, but there's a game for the PS1 called the LSD The Dream Emulator, and I've been a huge fan of it. It doesn't have any story, it doesn't have any character, it doesn't even have like objections or like anything, but you just in first person just wander around this really crudely animated like 3D space, and I don't know, it's just really like meditative for me. Like if I wanted to like escape the everyday stress, I'll just hop on that game and just wander around with this really crazy background music and like, pinkish purplish skies with elephants floating around, and there's this giant head just pops out from a room, and I'm like, cool. Sounds fantastic.
That game sounds
And
super trippy.
it is, but I love it. And I definitely love Portal from Valve.
Everybody loves Portal.
Yeah.
Portal's amazing.
I'm still obsessed with it. Like I listen to their songs and everything. It's still like in within like the sci-fi genre that I love as well.
Yeah, so what he's only asked me to ask it, like I told you, is the annoying guy in the comments. What are some of your favorite webcomics?
The one that I mentioned, the Cyanide and Happiness, is my utmost favorite. I don't think I've kept following other webcomics other than that.
Well, what were some of them that you were into when you were following them?
It has a bad reputation now, but Control Alt Delete was
Mm-hmm.
something that I read. There was a really weird comic called No Rest for the Wicked. It wasn't like super popular or anything, but it was like a whole bunch of like fairy tales like mashed up into this like dark main character about like how she can't sleep because of a curse, and then all she's trying to do is go to sleep. And I don't know, like she has this like super jaded view of the world, and the environment's like full of like magic and wonder, and like we'll find a way to lift her curse, and she's just like, whatever. I probably won't find it, but guess I'll give it a try. And that attitude was something that I was really into.
I remember hearing about that one, and I think everybody read Control Alt Delete at some point.
Yeah.
It was a big deal in the webcomics scene. So I want to ask you about a in particular piece of art that you did,
Okay.
which is this guy. How did that piece come about?
Oh, I was just drawing that to like advertise that anthology that I told you about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he didn't like ask me to draw it, but I just wanted this cool piece to represent the story that we were working on. And I thought it would be cool to have like a featured image for that story for us to like post it on social media. And that was just it. I'm glad he liked it and he wanted to use it for his like future projects. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, honestly, I
Yeah,
just
I remember when he first showed it to me, and I went, "Oh, that's really cool. Who did that?" And he goes, "This person, Jan Apple." I'm going, "I have no idea who that is, but that's amazing." Um,
thank you.
and like, because it's a really good representation of the character of Dirk Manning, like,
Yeah.
but it also has this weird sort of Victorian-y feel
Hmm.
that I think sits on that um, aesthetic that he has so well. So
Yeah.
I really dug this piece. What was your reaction like when he told you it was going to be the cover of this book?
He caught me off guard. Like he said in the comments, it's I drew this one time and it's been years since anybody mentioned about it, and suddenly he messaged me and like, yeah, let's use this cover. I'm like, okay.
Correction, Dirk Manning, you've never looked better. Ever. Even before you existed, you didn't look better than you look in this cover. So just check that. But so the story you guys had in uh, uh Then It Was Dark is reprinted in this anthology, correct?
Yep.
So what's did you did the first story and it got printed and Then It Was Dark, and then Dirk says he's going to put it in the new anthology, this book. Did you want to redo anything? Was there anything you wanted to change or update?
No, that's part of the like mindset that I'm trying to working on is to well, sorry. I lost my
You're
train of
good.
thought. Yeah, like I had a really bad habit of drawing comic pages, and after like a few months I'm like, I just want to toss this out and just start anew. And I kept doing that, and then I needed to tell myself, like, no, just do what's best at the moment, be proud of it, and move on. So I think when I was working on I Ain't Superstitious, that was the best that I could have done. Like, I gave it my all back then, so I'm still proud of it. And yeah, the art style and the technique is outdated, but I know that that was the best that I could have done.
So I know you work primarily digitally now, or you work primarily digitally. Has that always been the case, or did you start off a little more traditional with pen and paper?
Yeah, so I started working on digital artwork when I was in middle school. Like, I begged my parents to get me a laptop, and the first thing I did was to save up for Photoshop back in the day, which was really expensive.
I remember.
Oh yeah, like, I did everything to save up for that allowance. And then I got introduced to pen tablets back in the day. I think it was like only Intuos 2 when I first started using it. And I used to scan in penciled work and did every like polishing and coloring by digital. But that just took too much time for me. And I saw this documentary about this illustrator in Japan, and he is paralyzed from neck down, and he uses his mouth to draw digitally. And how he did that was that he'll, draw not random, but not precise lines on the screen, and then he'll just slowly adjust it to make it look better. And I realized I'm just wasting a lot of time just drawing and erasing lines on paper. So I started fully like converted into digital artwork by like, I don't know, the whole being able to use digital to fix things is like the strongest point about digital art for me.
Yeah, I remember when I got my first Adobe Suite,
Uh-huh.
and it was like $2,000+. And then I remember when I got my first Wacom tablet, so that I could draw digitally, because I'm a graphic designer by trade,
Uh-huh.
and that was $1,000 or whatever, and it didn't work that well.
Yeah.
It's like the transition, especially in the design field from traditional to digital, took a long time, and it was very expensive. So to be working digitally as long as you have been,
Mhm.
is kind of a testament to your ability to adapt and keep up.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I don't like drawing on like a tablet or like a Wacom screen tablet, because I'm so used to drawing on the flat
Yeah.
like non-screen tablets, and my brain is just wired to convert what I'm drawing, what I'm not looking at, onto the screen. So it's really weird to have my hand covering up part of the canvas that I'm drawing on. I just don't like, my lines look so much messier if I draw on screen. I don't know why, but I just go like super crazy when it comes to like the sketches, and I just don't have the patience to make the lines more precise than on a tablet.
Absolutely,
And
I totally understand that.
yeah, it's, I don't know, I've read comments about like, oh, like, you're not actually an artist if you don't, like, if you can't, use the Wacom tablet screen. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, no, that's not true.
Yeah.
So, everybody, we're going to take a real quick break, about a 1-minute break here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience. The Experience. We're going to come back with Jan Apple and talk about the new anthology she's a part of. That's Kickstarter is kicking off in just a couple of short days. So hang with us, and we'll be right back with Jan Apple.
Thank you.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Talking Shop here on The Experience. I am joined tonight by none other than Jan Apple, who is a comic book artist. She did the cover of Buried But Not Dead. She's part of a new comic anthology that's Kickstarter kicks off middle of next week, called Butts in Seats. So, Jan, tell me first how you came to be in Butts in Seats.
Yeah, just Dirk Manning said, hey, there's a project that he's going to be working on. Want to join? And I'm like, sure. I didn't know anything about wrestling other than like some of the things that me and my friends talked about. I have a friend that was huge into wrestling. So I watched some documentaries about it. I've seen some matches here and there, but yeah, I'm just really glad I was like a part of it.
So, can you tell us anything about your story? What it is about at all?
So I worked on one of the chapters, and yeah, it was like a transitioning stage for the main character, Tony Schiavone. And I don't know, I think you need to have the context of it, but yeah, basically, like, I got to draw, like, how his life was changing, the hurdles that he had to go through, the emotional journey that he had to take to get where he wanted to be.
So rather than a purely wrestling story, this is more of a personal story.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. As much as I've been following the news on this book, it's one of those things is that everything is, super top secret. And so it's interesting to know that there are some stories that are from away from the ring, as it were, like more about what Tony's actual life was, as opposed to just work stories.
Yeah.
So what challenges did working on a property like this, where it is based on something that actually happened to someone, but then somebody who's as recognizable and well known as Tony Schiavone, what challenges did that present to you?
Oh, I think getting the caricatures right was one of the biggest hurdles. Yeah, I just want all the characters to look like, the actual person in real life, and I've done a lot of research to get like their faces right, their poses right, try to get their personalities right on paper as well. Even if there was, the person was only appearing for one panel, like I would look at photos after photos to see which like era of their wrestling career that I'm going to be drawing, and like what kind of poses I need to put in. So yeah, the research was very time consuming.
Oh, I can't imagine. Do you feel like the research was especially important since you weren't a huge like wrestling mark? Like, it's I'll tell you, like, I know Dirk and I and a lot of our fans are giant marks. Like, we love wrestling, and since you weren't one of those people, was the research more important, or is that just a part of your normal process?
It's part of my normal process for sure, but yeah, I just want to like give the utmost respect when it, with my project. So I had a little more like responsibility, I think. And yeah, like during the process, I learned a lot, and I actually like understand a lot of the wrestling stuffs more than I first started it.
Oh, sure. Um, is it difficult to put someone that actually exists into art? Do you find that complicated trying to capture like the essence of a person?
It's actually a lot easier for me because I just have to like, you know, study and pick out like, nuances of what already exist. And when I'm working on like my personal characters, I have to, be careful of trying to put like variations so I don't have like the same face syndrome. um, I know I need to like do a lot of like exaggerations to the characters when it's made up. So yeah, I think it's a lot easier if there's a model for it.
Do you find that because like I said in well, like we talked about in Then It Was Dark,
Hmm.
that was a real life story of something that happened to the writer.
Yeah.
This is a real life story of something that happened to someone. Do you find in your work, at least in working in something like this, that that drawing something the truth is maybe more interesting than drawing something that's fiction?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've always preferred reading like non-fiction stuffs more than fictional stuffs, and I've always wanted like an opportunity to do like a documentary type project. So yeah, it's been really fun. I enjoy every moment of it.
So the Kickstarter debuts March 16th at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Mhm.
Um, if you go to buttsandseatscomic.com, you can get signed up to get notified for it. Uh, Eric, Jan's take on Vince McMahon is stunning, and she may or may not have wanted to hit you. You may or may not have wanted to hit him with a steel chair. We all want to hit you with a steel chair, Dirk. That's so. So that's launching. On Tuesday. Is this kind of your first foray into the crowdfunding thing, like being a part of something that's crowdfunded like this?
Buried was my
Well,
first, I
yeah,
think.
buried in other.
Yeah,
That's
but
true.
yeah, other than that, this is my second experience with it, but Dirk's handling all the nits and grits of it. So
Oh, sure. But do you find yourself like thinking about what it's going to be like, to see how the the Kickstarter goes, and is that something you're anticipating, or does that make you nervous, or
no, not at all.
how do you
Like
feel about being a part of it?
I'm pretty. What do I call it? I don't know. I have full confidence that it'll go well. I've read the scripts and I'm like, this book is gonna be solid. So
Yeah,
I'm not worried at all.
absolutely, absolutely. So let's talk about the future a little. Do you have any projects on the horizon that people need to be watching for beyond Butts and Seats?
Not yet. I'm trying to put my online print and merch shop online sometime in May. But other than that, right now it's like my theme for this year is to learn and to plan and prepare. So I'm reteaching myself how to do project management and time management, and you know I've been timing everything that I'm working on right now to see how long it takes for me to draw certain things. So I can schedule my everyday life better, and then I'll probably be you know thinking of what I want to work next, or what's my priorities, something like that.
So where we'll handle the business here with some time left to go. Where can people follow you? Where are you at on social media? Do you have a website? Where can people go if they dig your art and want to see more?
My website has all the links to my social media, and my website is janapple513.com, and all my usernames is janapple513. Or yeah.
What is 513?
It's just a number that I really like. I can go on about why those three numbers specifically, but I've been using the number 513 for years now.
I was gonna say, because I know just from talking to you, that you're not from the 513, which is a place. And so I wondered, if it had some special meaning to you.
Yeah, it has a special meaning, but nothing related to real life events or dates or anything or
Just prime
locations.
numbers.
Yep.
So, is there a project? I ask you about a dream project.
Mhm.
Is there a person that you see what they're doing in the industry and say, gee, if I could get a chance to work with them, that would be a real high point. Like, that's that's like my dream collaborator.
Yeah, Dirk's pretty much that guy.
Okay, that you haven't worked with yet.
Haven't worked with? Not really. I've always been a pretty work up by myself type person, so. And I'm one of those people who don't really want to meet my heroes and heroines. I just want
Sure.
them to be far away as I can.
I totally understand that.
Yeah, I'm definitely one of those people who see art as just art and not have any ties with the artist itself. So even, if I find out one of the guys was a mass murderer and he drew or wrote something brilliant, I'll still think the work itself is brilliant.
Sure. But conversely, if you find out that somebody is the sweetest person in the world, maybe there's somebody that you'd want to work with. Is that something you're open to? If somebody else, if let's just say Junji Ito were to call you tomorrow and be like, "Hey, I want you to do this thing," Is that something you're open to?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be a great experience for me, and I can definitely learn a lot. But it's not something that I'm like actively seeking out.
Cool. I like that. I like that answer. Is that I want to do my own thing, but I'm open to other possibilities. So, I like to ask people some questions they can't have possibly prepared for, but they're super easy. Are you ready?
Okay.
Who's your favorite Pokemon?
The Mega Beedrill.
See, you don't hear that one. A lot of people like Snorlax or Eevee or whatever, but Mega Beedrill I like. Why is Mega Beedrill your favorite?
The design is brilliant. Like the whole eye curvature that it has, the wings that are like ripped versions of the Beedrill design. Yeah, it just looks stunning, and I just fell in love when I first saw it. I already liked bug types. It's my favorite types in Pokemon.
I totally get that. So many people are like, they want you choose a starter or something. I'm like, no, pick a good one. And the character design on all the Beedrills are really cool.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So the other question I like to ask people is, if you could have the ultimate pop culture garage, so you get one car and one spaceship from anything, what car do you want and what spaceship do you want?
Wow, that's a hard one. I honestly don't have an answer. I'm not a very like vehicle person. So yeah, anything that I could design would be cool.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's an answer, right?
Yeah.
So my last question, because we're running short on time here, is the one of the things that's anybody who works with Dirk regularly has to kind of come to terms with real early on, is that the man has a very specific addiction, and that's ice cream. So what is your favorite ice cream flavor?
Mediterranean mint chocolate gelato. I know it's very specific, but I love mint ice cream. Oh, and I love the Magna fudge mint chocolate ice cream as well. So those two are my favorites.
See, that's why you work together. That's his favorite too, is mint chocolate.
Nice.
So I think that's why you guys work so well together. So remind everybody one more time what the socials are and where they can find you out there on the web so that they can follow you in the future.
Okay. Yeah, basically if you type in Jan Apple 513 and Google it, it comes out as a list.
And then head over to buttsinseatscomic.com to get registered for the notification when the Kickstarter goes live this coming Tuesday at 11 a.m. Jan, thank you so much for being here. This has been a great talk. I can't wait to meet you, like when cons are a thing.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Come to the convention and sign stuff.
Uh-huh.
I can't wait to meet you in person.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely, guys. We'll be back. Oh, thank you so much. I know that there was a little nerves, and this is kind of one of those thrown together sort of things that happens when Dirk and I try and plan something.
Uh-huh.
No, it's the 16th ship. If you try to back it 3 days early, you're gonna fail. Richard thought it was the 13th. Who would start a Kickstarter on a Saturday? Person. Richard's a great guy. Shout out to Richard Ship. I'm sure he'll try and beat me to being first backing this project, but he will be unsuccessful. So, thank you, Jan, once again for being here, guys. Check out the Kickstarter, buttsinseats.com. We will meet you very, very soon, hopefully when cons are a thing we're allowed to do again.
Yep.
All right. Talk soon. Stay tuned, everybody, for Nerd News Now, brought to you by Kingdom of Geekdom and Woodlands Online, after this quick commercial break.
Nerd News Now. Hello, welcome to Nerd News Now for March 8th, 2020. Got Miss Jen, Kyle, and
2021.
Is it though?
Mark, you just capped us all a year.
Is it though? I don't know if you've heard, but well, is it? I mean, if you're in Texas, it doesn't matter.
No.
I mean, I get that's fine. We can. It's 2021, but you know, my brain obviously is just stuck anyway. But how's it going not in Texas? Like Kyle, what's it like there? What's going on?
Today is one of those. So we get these days in March and sometimes in February and in early April though, where it's winter starts to screw with you. Which is you'll get a couple of days where it's in the 60s and 70s. And you're like, yay, winter's over. And then they're like, nah, it's going to be 25 this weekend. So you'll get 50 and 60 degree weather swings in a couple of days, which is super fun. So we're going through one of those right now. But yeah, that's, I mean, normal for this part of the world, I guess.
And Miss Jen can attest to this, but you just described like the last 2 weeks. So, I mean, hey, like it's pretty extreme this week with the winter apocalypse or whatever. But Texas does that too, where we have 40-degree swings, and it's like you wake up at 5, and yeah, I know it's different.
But your 40-degree swings are like from like 40 to 80. Ours are from like -7 to 60. You know.
Except for the winter apocalypse, but yes, generally, the weather's been much kinder this week for sure. And I would even
decided if I lived in Texas, I would wear shorts all year because it never gets cold enough there for me to stop.
It might have been cold for you 2 weeks ago. I don't know. No, okay, whatever. Brainy, what about you? What's it like over there?
So compared to you guys, let me just say, on my drive home, I saw a guy driving in a convertible with the top down. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, that happened to me here today coming home from work because like it has been nice like the last 5 days.
Yeah, I mean it's. See, you guys get seasons. We get seasons per day. It's freezing cold in the morning for us. Come around 9-10 o'clock and it's like 70s, and and by the time it's 10 p.m. we're back in the 30s and stuff. But we're all at home, sitting in our nice, comfortable, heated houses and everything. So compared to the rest of the nation, we're living large as far as the weather is concerned. Now, when it gets down to the other stuff, we have our own issues.
And we also have a lot of midlife crisis here too. So there's tons of.
Oh yeah,
But-
today would have been a day where if you went out for the first time all year, there are dudes on motorcycles,
Yeah.
but they're still
Sure.
having to contend with like salt on the side of the roads. Stuff. Like,
Yeah.
Been like, that doesn't seem safe, but you do you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And then Miss Jen, we're both in Texas, so I know what your weather was like. But how's your week starting so far?
It's really good. I like it when we have weather like this because it's nice. I usually go and pick up my son from school at about 2:30 in the afternoon. And so it's my one time to pop my head outside during the day, kind of feel like a little gopher or whatever. And I'm out and I'm back. So I go drop him off at the house and then I come back to the store. But yeah, when I drive that, if it's gross outside, it's raining or whatever, then I just don't ever get to see the sun. So, hence my, skin tone. At least there's hope of getting one tan arm as I stick my arm out of the truck window if it's nice outside.
There should be. I mean, it's probably we're almost to that point where it's just not going to stop being hot, right? I mean, we're getting there where we have like August heat in March. There'll be no time flat. But as far as what I mean, I'm talking about the weather because there's not much going on. That's basically it.
Wait, what?
Oh really? I got all kinds of notes.
I know there's a lot going on.
So, no, there's always something going on. Did anyone try to watch Tom and Jerry in the last 2 hours?
Oh, in the last 2 hours?
Yeah.
No, but I watched it last week.
So I would like to hear your thought on that, but breaking news in the last 2 hours, if you tried to watch Tom and Jerry, the Zack Snyder's Justice League cut came up.
All right, hold on.
And Twitter was
leaving
now. Now they said, oh, this was only occurred for a period of 5 minutes and we resolved it. So, one, if that happened to you, would you be upset that you weren't seeing Tom and Jerry, or would you be upset that you weren't seeing the Zack Snyder cut of Tom and Jerry? And Kyle, I'll let you
I
start.
would be upset that I am seeing just in the last 30 seconds, it changed on my HBO Max. It was Tom and Jerry was right here. But let's just see what happens when I put it on the TV. Why not test this theory?
I'm curious about the Snyder cut of Tom and Jerry. Forget everything else.
I want to see that.
Well, it takes 6 years to come out, Brainy.
Yeah.
Well, he's had what 50 years to work on Tom and Jerry, so.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Kyle, do you have feelings about Tom and Jerry, the movie? And anyone?
I lost you guys for a second there. But I loved it. I thought it was great.
I haven't had a chance.
Seen it.
I have not seen it yet, but it's something I got to do this week. So.
I want to watch.
Okay. Can confirm it's playing Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, now. But 2 hours ago it was not, allegedly.
Somebody on the internet's got footage.
Probably.
Oh, I'm sure, but like now I'm like, do I stay on Nerd News Now or do I just watch Tom and Jerry? Because I bothered to put it on. So
there's a pause button. It's an amazing technology where you can just.
But I have ADHD, Brainy. I'll start wanting to watch it. No, I love Tom and Jerry. I thought it was the right mix of live action versus animation. I thought it was the best mixed movie since Roger Rabbit.
Wow.
Wow, really? Okay.
In terms of that kind of style where it's super cartoony animation versus not. Like, there have been other movies that were better animated, like that were good mixed movies, but this was kind of, that very far extreme.
Was it traditional animation or is it CGI?
I would imagine from watching it, it's traditional, is what it feels like. Now, whether they CGI'd it and made it look that way, I don't. CGI at this point, I have a hard time telling sometimes.
Absolutely.
But to me, it really did feel like that whole okay. There's a sell over traditional film, you know. So I quite enjoyed it.
Speaking since you made a great segue without knowing it here. Speaking of a mixed live animation movie / series / sequel,
I forgot about Space
around
Jam.
real quick. Let me go around real quick and ask Miss Jen, who's your favorite Looney Tunes character?
Oh gosh, this is not fair. It's gotta be the Wile E. Coyote.
Okay, Kyle, who's your favorite Looney Tunes character?
From Hanna-Barbera, it's Snagglepuss. From Looney Tunes, it's probably Marvin the Martian.
Okay, and Brainy, same question.
Now, are we including the Tiny Toons?
Sure.
That's a tough one.
See, if we're including all of the WB animation family, it's the Animaniacs. But if you're talking just Looney Tunes, it's...
Well, Looney Tunes, I mean, Animaniacs weren't technically Looney Tunes, so if it's
right,
just
but
Looney Tunes.
Looney Tunes are now part of the Warner Brothers animation family.
I would still go for Taz. You know,
okay.
Taz is still... Yeah.
I really do enjoy the deep dive attempt, but my question was answered very simply. No one said Pepe Le Pew, and there's a lot of outrage about Pepe Le Pew being canceled from Space Jam, but you can't be canceled if your scene wasn't drawn yet. Now, go ahead.
The story I read said the scene was done, but it was cut when they changed directors.
The live action was shot, and it's not going to be what people think. It wasn't complete, or it wasn't done, not because of that it was going to be, controversial, but because he was actually going to get his comeuppance. But then they decided at the end just the character is problematic altogether. So some people are actually now upset that there's not going to be a 60-year resolution to that whole character. So I can see it going either way. But
my problem with it is this: he was in the first movie.
Right.
Gotta have him in the second movie.
You don't have to.
You do. Like, I think Muggsy Bogues should be in this movie. You can't convince me Muggsy Bogues shouldn't be in this movie. He was in the first one. He should be in this one.
Are you sure that he's not, though?
Well, that's fair. But you know what I'm saying? Like, even if he's just playing some, somebody who they're claiming is a old man, like, great, no problem. But he should be in the movie. Same with Pepe Le Pew. Even if he's just sitting in the stands going, I remember when that was me. He should be in the movie.
And that's fine. I think that maybe it would have been good to have a scene kind of condemning his behavior, but at the same time, if you just wanted to do away with it altogether, it's
Yeah, but what does that have to do with basketball?
Huh?
What does that have to do with basketball? Like, it's a basketball movie. Like, you could put him in the movie and not have to deal with his behavior. This is not a movie about, Looney Tunes gone bad.
Right.
That would be Roger Rabbit. Like, if we're gonna deal with it, let's deal with that. But this is not that. This is a movie about Looney Tunes playing basketball. So let him be in the movie, and we could ignore the problematic part of it because that's not what it's about.
Well, it's still a movie and a cartoon, but I mean, they're going to be doing stuff other than playing basketball. Most likely, there's going to be a storyline to it.
There wasn't to the first one.
I mean, no, but the first one was now very scary to watch.
Well, Bill Murray's performance was always a little scary.
Well, it's just that on the day that Space Jam was released on home VHS is the day the pandemic broke out, which is where they went at halftime to stop the Utah Jazz game, and then you have that scene of the mayor running out of the Coliseum, canceling the season to protect his players. pandemic. Anyway, Miss Jen, what do you think about all that?
I don't know. I think if we go back and remove all of the, the characters that misbehaved in the past, it doesn't mean that we're dealing with the fact that we need to change our behavior now. It just means we're like getting rid of things that make us uncomfortable. So I don't know. I think there's better ways, more healthy ways to deal with things like that. I think they can be used as like life lesson things. When you look at those and you say, all right, kids, what would we never allow now that you're seeing on the screen then? There was a bunch of stuff. If you go back and look at Looney Tunes, even when I looked at it from a mom's eye, when I was watching it with the kids, there's so much stuff that they put in there that's clearly for adults to enjoy and to have, tongue in cheek about, that the kids don't get. If you did it now, the way that none of the Looney Tunes would exist at all, honestly.
Sure.
Well, and like I'm having a thought, like if we're going to deal with Pepe Le Pew's problems, do we not also have to deal with Wile E. Coyote's reckless spending habits with the Acme Explosive Company? Like that's a guy who is clearly in financial turmoil and is in some sort of mental breakdown. Like, are we not going to deal with that? And are we not going to deal with the fact that Elmer Fudd is devoting his entire life to killing one animal? Not like hunting as a whole, but killing one animal. And how Bugs Bunny is a rampant narcissist and all of these other, like, are we not going to deal with all of these? But no, we're just going to pick Pepe Le Pew and deal with that. Mm-hmm. That's that if we want to deal with all of these, I would love to see the Looney Tunes in therapy. I think that'd be hysterical. But we don't want to do that. We just want Pepe Le Pew to get slapped around in a deleted scene in Space Jam.
I just don't know how many people are in Pepe Le Pew fan clubs. That's kind of what my thing was. Is like these stories seem to come out, and then, like you said, you can either way. I think Turner Classic Movies handles this whole situation very well, where they have a sort of like a roundtable discussion before and after a movie that is now deemed to be problematic, and they talk it out. So
that's what I like.
Disney Plus has had, and I understand they still have them put a little disclaimer on the front of like episodes of like the Muppet Show or whatever, where there's, hey, this thing might be semi-problematic now, but in 1975, that's not how we felt about it. Mm-hmm. So I think that's fine.
They still do that because the Muppet Show was just recently put on there. So
that's where I saw it for the first time. I don't know if they've done it on all of their properties.
Yeah, they do that.
Nice.
But also, does anyone have any strong thoughts about Space Jam 2 as a whole?
Who's gonna sing the song about believing they can fly?
I don't know. I don't know what song is taking place. Oh, go ahead, Brainy.
No, I don't want to get into that one. That's
yeah.
Or is someone going to write an equally earwormy song? Like when that song hit, like everyone was humming it for a long time. That song was just in your brain.
Even to this day, that song still, you take it away from the singer, that song is still a great song.
Right, it's still a jam.
Yep.
Like, so somebody else has got to write an equally jammy song for this movie. Oh, and by the way, LeBron James probably should learn how to act before they made the movie.
Kyle, you actually bring up an interesting point about the music and TV and movies back in the 90s. Nowadays we've gotten so much into the concept of just fast forwarding through the intros of every TV show. And I started watching DuckTales again, and I still sit through the intro of DuckTales. Every single episode, I'm sitting, same thing with Tailspin. I sit through it because they put the time and effort and real talent. I mean, like, they brought in musicians to do those, into making those intros, where they're very interesting still to this day. Most of the intros I watch on TV, hey, skip intro, skip intro, skip intro. But you raise a good point where they do need good music to go with that movie. Mm-hmm. And one of the biggest things with the original was that one song.
Well, and
What's
that era was just a monster for movie songs, right? You had that, and you had the song from Titanic, and like
body?
every big hit movie came with this song that went to number one and was there forever.
Yep,
Mhm.
Bodyguard
Yeah.
had it. Boomerang had End of the Road. So yeah, you're right.
But just to throw one at you for DuckTales, shout out to Suburban Legends, who have the greatest cover of the DuckTales theme ever.
I'm sure I've heard it, but I gotta hear it again too.
It's the punk cover. It sounds like Green Day singing the DuckTales theme.
My favorite
And,
intro that still gives me the same emotional hit as it did way back when is the X-Men 92 lead-in.
Oh, it's
Still.
it's the ringtone to our phone at the store.
Mhm.
So anytime somebody calls, it's na-na-na-na-na-na.
Mhm. Yep.
That
And
the
my head always screams out, "To me, my X-Men."
I had that reaction with dinosaurs.
Oh my god.
I was rewatching it, and it's, I didn't remember any of the scenes, any of the show, but when the theme song hit, I had the most vivid memories of, like, I could remember the couch we had that I sat on to watch it, and the carpet and the TV, like vivid memories of it just because of that song. And it's that song, and it's like the theme song to Family Matters. These shows I watched coming up, and it's just the most visceral reaction.
Yep.
Do you have one, Mark, that like it goes right into your soul when it starts?
well, I've got MASH, the
Mhm.
MASH, the sitcom. I used to watch that with my dad and my brother. I've seen every episode 5 times. Um, I still think that there's an art to the opening credits. I think Legion did a wonderful job for a recent one. If you go back 8, 9, 10 years now, The Wire, phenomenal because each season had a different cover of the same song. And you just seem to get like more out of it as the season goes on. And then you have, I think right now, musically maybe not so much, but viscerally, Doom Patrol phenomenal because they actually put new images as the season goes on, and you got pick up on little things like, oh, that's Robot Man's brain in that jar, or there's a puzzle piece that represents something that Crazy Kane's going through. And so to that end, I still like for dramas, I think intros, but for sitcoms, I mean, it's like all you really need is like a 5 second riff, and you're good. I started watching Punky Brewster on Kyle's recommendation, but I tell you, before I started watching it, I immediately found the refrigerator episode, and I just had to watch it. And what was really disappointing about it, they did not play the PSA afterwards. And it was almost just like infuriating.
But Mark, when you started watching it, did you go out to like Spotify or whatever and find Every Time I Turn Around, like the theme song from Punky Rooster, and like listen to it?
No, I didn't.
Okay, because that's another one of those ones that visceral like memories. Like I can remember my grandmother's carpet and sitting on her floor watching that show.
Yeah.
Like vivid memories. And
that's
it's not the same theme now. It is, but it's not. It's,
Right. Yeah.
so I had to go back and find the original and re-listen to it just to get that.
And I know a lot of people did not care for the new Saved by the Bell theme, but I love it because it's really campy and silly, and I think it fits what the show in 2020 was trying to do as an homage to the 90s series.
I still haven't watched it.
It's really good.
But speaking of Peacock, we got some big news today from Peacock. WWE Network joins Peacock on the 18th, so 10 days. They finally gave us a date as to when the two were merging. So wrestling fans rejoice. You can now watch Punky Brewster and People Take a Steel Chair to the Brain in the same place.
Yeah.
Still not enough for me to pay for another service.
And I don't know how it's going to work because I have the WWE Network, and in fact, I think my bill date just came up, so that was renewed. And it's like, well, how is this going to work? Because they're not very. All these app services are not very customer friendly about rolling things over to the next thing. So it seems like you're going to be able to still have a subscription to a standalone WW network, right?
I don't know. I don't have a subscription to the network anymore. I canceled mine about a month ago. Just because I knew this was coming, and then I paid for Peacock, so it's like I went net zero on this deal. But yeah, I have no idea what's going to happen.
No, that was a big merger that was announced. I think it, kind of ties into NBC was really trying to make a push with different types of sports a while back, in the NBC Sports Network. And now that you have all these streaming services competing against each other, I think you're going to see this happen again. I don't know where AEW stands on all this, because it kind of seems like they could go find a streaming partner as
They
well.
have one.
Well, what is it? Because like every time I want to watch a AEW pay per view, it's like $49.99.
Yeah, no, it's Bleacher Report Live.
Oh, well, but where's the kind where it's like $8.99 a month and I can watch all of it?
Whoever winds up with the Turner streaming service, so probably
Okay,
Paramount
Yeah, Paramount they just launched it this week, last week, something like that.
this week.
Yeah.
It'll probably wind up being Paramount.
There's a lot of stuff. Are there any streaming services that you guys miss that have not made it along this battle, the prelude to the streaming wars, as I call it?
Well, not really. Interestingly enough, it's no different than it used to be watching old cable TV, where you subscribe to different packages. So it just depends on which package you want now.
I think who's really going to get hurt is Sling, the a la carte cable.
Are they going to get hurt? I mean, they're
only
going
just because I could spend the money for Sling and get their a la carte cable and get a lot of the stuff I get from streaming services, or I can just get the streaming services. Like, it's one of those. I think those are the things that are going to get hurt, is these people who are trying to provide an alternative to traditional cable.
Isn't Sling owned by AT&T, or is that DirecTV? That's DirecTV, isn't it?
Yeah, no, DirecTV and AT&T have their own thing, but yeah.
Yeah, who owns Dish Network now?
I have no idea.
Because that's what Sling is, basically. I'm curious. I forgot who owns them.
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, it's those guys who are like, come to our website, subscribe to our thing. It's an alternative to cable. You can stream it on your TV.
Oh.
I think those are who's going to get hurt.
The advantage they have is, and the only reason I know is because I got it from my mother, is the international packages they offer.
Yes.
That's where they're still keeping their market.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Well, that's part of why I had Sling, is I had gotten the Spanish language package because I could watch AAA wrestling. I could watch, Mexican wrestling on the Spanish language package, but not worth it.
Lucha.
It's true. Some of the best wrestling in the world was on that show.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the worst wrestling in the world was on that show.
All right, so what else we got on the docket today?
I'm just gonna lament over all the streaming services we lost over the last year, and that was really it. Because now I just want to go watch DuckTales. Now that you mentioned DuckTales, now are we talking old school or now?
In fact, the new DuckTales is pretty good. I sat there and binged that, but I'm watching the traditional DuckTales.
Okay. Because there's only a few more episodes of DuckTales left, so it's going to be bittersweet, because I think with tonight's episode, it goes past the number of episodes that the original had, which was like 65. So there's probably not much more they can do, but the story is phenomenal. And if you grew up with that stuff, Tailspin, Darkwing Duck, all that, last week's episode had a grown-up version of Cloud Kicker, which was like, well, this is awesome. It was awesome. But I will say that I think the streaming services Quibi, which I talked about last year a little bit, that one died a premature death because when the pandemic rolled around, people weren't on their phones watching videos anymore. They were stuck in their house and they wanted to see on the TV. And when you streamed it to the TV, there was either A, no video, or B, no audio. And it's hard to watch something when that's the case.
Also, if you're leaning into America's ADHD, you're going to lose to TikTok.
True.
Which is what Quibi did. I mean, really, they were leaning into the fact that we have an 8-minute attention span.
Yeah.
And you're gonna lose to TikTok every time, or YouTube. I mean, you just are. There's no two ways about it. Oh, and by the way, I don't want to watch an action show 8 minutes at a time. I just don't.
Yeah.
So I've got a weird.
Interested in the Reno 911 reboot. Yeah.
Right. I mean, Donnie Wahlberg cannot tell me a story in 8 minutes. He's physically incapable of it. So, what interest do I have?
There are some shows that I wish they would actually just make them into 8-minute episodes.
Yeah.
Where the entire
sure.
story could actually be told in the 8 minutes. Yeah,
So
I know I brought this up.
Weird question. What is so different with TikTok than what so it's essentially Vine. Why did Vine go away and TikTok now do the exact same thing?
TikTok originally started off with that, what was it, Musical.ly or something like that?
Yeah, it started off as a place for you to post like
short music videos of just dancing to the music videos. Wherein Vine was more of let's just do crazy stuff, period. TikTok was, hey, let's dance to this silly song and let's see how crazy we can get. And that just evolved.
right.
You might be right where it did become a substitute for Vine. What's very interesting, this is a conversation I was having with somebody else recently. When the older generation asks what Discord is, my very first answer is it's IRQ with video and audio. It's the same as what you guys had for so many years. Mm-hmm. And that seems to be the same thing with all new platforms. They are just repackaged some of the older stuff we did. We just, they package it a little different.
I think the thing about TikTok that is relevant, I guess, is that it's independent. Like, in that it's not tied to Twitter like Vine was.
Well,
even though Vine didn't have to be tied to Twitter, that's how most people used it.
Mm-hmm.
You make a TikTok, you can send it to whatever other platform you want. Oh, and by the way, it'll fit because of the constraints of TikTok. So I think that's part of it. I think, too, is that it did start with something inherently simple, which is music and dancing to music, or music and posting your own music, but limited to 60 seconds. So, it's a bite-sized chunk. And if you can't decide if you like it in 60 seconds, here's another part. You can decide if you like more. And then it evolved into people doing other things. And, I made a TikTok last week where I literally was just sitting on a bench, looking at Lake Erie, and I got 1,000 views. Whereas Vine, I would take that video, post it to Twitter, post it to Facebook, post it to Instagram, and I might get seen by 8 people. It's figured out the hashtagging, it's figured out the embed coding, it's figured out the algorithm, that kind of stuff to get it so you can make something really simple and get it spread kind of wide.
So do you all have a TikTok account?
2.
I'm still holding back just because, I don't want the Chinese to have my data. I already know they have my data.
What are they going to do? Fix my credit? If the Chinese want my identity, I'll just come up with a new one. It can't be any worse than the one I got. So I have one for me, and it's primarily I've made one TikTok, and it's primarily just something I can scroll through when I need to turn my brain off for a minute. And most of the people who I see on my TikTok are dogs that can talk. Sports mascots doing dumb things, and people who sing. That's who I follow. So that's a great way. And then we made one for the experience that we've yet to tick any talks on, but we will soon. Once I get the video of Jen rapping or
You have it. It's just got the basic setup that we have now, which is like upshot my nose.
right.
But me driving in the car.
Yeah, once I get that edited down, or we've got some other stuff we're working on for TikTok. Just to use it as promotion for the experience. Like, if we make a TikTok, that's something that's really easy for us to then take and put on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram to share to our followers to promote a thing. So we have a branded page on the TikToks.
When you said you made a TikTok of just sitting on a park bench, it really, to tie this all back together, it reminded me of the time on dinosaurs when they were flipping through to like the sports channel watching the grass grow. Like the live coverage of watching the grass grow. But it seems like a lot of people, even though they probably could go and sit on a park bench, they would rather just watch someone else do it. Like it's like therapeutic, especially now during the pandemic. It gives you some sort of like sense of connection or escapism. But it also goes back to the whole South Park thing where, why are kids watching someone else play a video game, on a tablet in a room with each other rather than having a conversation. But that's kind of
well, it's like I shared it and Jen saw it, and it's like I've been going to the same park bench for over 15 years now when I need to think or clear my head, or when I was in high school when I wanted to eat lunch by myself. So I would go to this, and it's literally from me to, I don't know. Well, I can't give you a reference because you guys don't know my house, but it's 7 feet from the shore of Lake Erie. Like when it's really windy, the waves will splash up and hit you a little. But when you look out across it, you can see Detroit, you can see Canada, and there's a lighthouse, and it's just this really nice kind of view, and it's quiet, and there's nobody there ever. And so I just put some lo-fi hip hop underneath it, really kind of chill soundtrack, and I just posted, this is where I like to come to think, and I put some hashtags on it, and done.
You put Informer from Snow, right?
I did not, but I would have if I could have.
So are you limited to the music they provide, or can you put your own?
You can put your own music up, but I'm not prepared to share anything that I've made, so there's one guy I follow who does songwriting prompts. He'll say, okay, spend 5 minutes working on a song with the lyrics, this is a song for. And you have to use that line and then spend 5 minutes just writing whatever you can write. And then you're encouraged to share it. And so I've done one of those and some of that other kind of stuff that I'll post eventually, but I'm not in a position where I'm going to be sharing anything that I've made. But there are a lot of people who do really cool things. There's a guy, I can't even think of, Nathan Evans is his name. He started the sea shanty trend on TikTok. In case you don't know, sea shanties is a huge fad on TikTok. And this dude was a mailman in Scotland. Posted himself singing a sea shanty on TikTok. It went uber viral, and now he's got a recording contract with Polyphone or Polygram or one of the poly labels. Just boom. And then what happens is he puts it up, and then he tells people to duet it with him. So now the other people are singing other voice parts over his original video. So now there's 16-part harmonies of this song. And now there's the dubstep remix of the 16-part harmony version of the song. And then there's the country remix. And it's just, it lets everybody kind of put their own little play on it. And a lot of people get noticed from it. And it's cool to watch.
The record label was Polly Want a Cracker. So anyway, WandaVision.
Wow. Good. Wow, Mark.
What, WandaVision? I know, right?
No. That was a joke on my level, and I can really get behind it. I'm just bummed I didn't make it.
Yeah. No, but I do think I would probably listen to that though. But you know what? 20 years ago, it would have been on Rhino Records. Let's be honest. But anyway.
I'm not saying it's a great label. I'm just saying it's a label.
Yeah.
Shout out to my friends who still work for Rhino.
So one thing that happened last week was that WandaVision's over, right? And it's, thoughts. Who has thoughts? Miss Jen, let's start with you.
One of my thoughts is that they resolved the thing that I thought would have to happen with the twins if they were going to stay in continuity with what the comic book said was going to happen. And I liked their resolution for that.
Well, we don't know what happens with the twins, right? We know they're no longer, well, the after credits kind of give you the mystery of what could be. Well, I don't know how many people have read the comics, but it could be what's related in the comic book. So there is that possibility. So you're absolutely right on that. I do like the fact that they, debunked every single theory everybody had about where WandaVision was going.
Mm-hmm.
There's no House of M. There's no bringing in the Fantastic Four. There's no bringing in the X-Men. At least not yet. They could tie it all together later. Of course, they can bring Wanda in later and have her just rewrite history all over again. But yeah, it was a sweet ending for what it was. They did a very good job with it. From what you might have heard, it was sad for a lot of people, but it was still a nice ending. I think they did a good job.
Do we know for sure or not if there's going to be a second season?
There's not going to be a second season.
It's just meant to lead into the Strange #2 and Captain Marvel #2.
Yep.
Brainy, did you notice? Did you do FOC today or in the last couple days?
Yeah. Well,
did you look at they had a Scarlet Witch trade paperback that was available, that they made available, that was very specific in the storyline it was telling.
Really, I must have missed that. Give me 1 second. Let's check that out.
Yeah. I thought maybe, the people at Marvel knew what was going on and made sure we were having something that made sense for our customers that tied to the ending of WandaVision.
Well, having it on FOC now, well, it's a little bit too late.
But it's as much as they could get without spoiling things, right?
Interesting. Interesting.
You can tell everybody what it is because it's just a description of a trade paperback. So.
Yeah, but the material that's included in there, I guess you're right. It includes Doctor Strange: The Last Day of Magic, which is, you're right. That is very interesting. I did not. If anybody wants to read it, I can share that with you guys. But
Kyle, you got thoughts? You've been sitting on it. What's up?
I thought it was a show that had moments of greatness, but in the end, just kind of was meh.
It was a love story.
I didn't, in the end, feel like it was great. I thought it had moments where it was just absolutely brilliant. I thought the 2 post-credit scenes were freaking phenomenal. So good. I'm so amped because of them. But overall, the show was just kind of. And I've been thinking about this a lot, and I got into it with somebody on the internet about it a little bit. And I feel like what Marvel and Disney have done is they walk you up to the precipice of doing something and then go, nah, we're not gonna. Or they take you, they serve themselves up an opportunity to do something and then opt not to. So how hard would it have been, looking back now, for a throwaway line from Agatha that says, when she's still Agnes, "Oh, I used to babysit this kid Reed. Your kids remind me of him, Wanda." And now that's just a subtle little hint to the uber nerds, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean anything to the average viewer, and nobody cares. But to those of us who are in the know, it's a subtle little nod. And then that confirms Reed Richards in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It doesn't introduce him, it just confirms that he exists. Right? It's the guy who was playing recast Pietro actually is Agatha's son. You don't have to do anything with him. But just to make him some stoner who lives in the house? No. What are you doing? Why are you giving yourself this opportunity and not taking it? That's become my big problem with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right? Is they give themselves opportunities to really do something that wouldn't matter that much to the average observer, but would really appease a lot of the hardcore fans. And they never take the opportunity.
So basically, they're wrestling, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And to borrow a sentiment from wrestling and a quote from Glow, which I still wish was coming back for a season 4. The money is in the chase, and I think that's why they leave a lot of stuff on the table like that. I had like a good 4 years of rage about why aren't you guys using Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in a more universal way, because you already had Agent Coulson in the film, so it's not like it'd be a stretch to put the TV actors in the film. But I think like there's like 2 or 3 episodes that did that, and one was the Lady Sif episode, and it was phenomenal, awesome. Right. And so I sort of just at some point just accepted the fact that like they're going to say all this stuff like it's attached and it's this and it's that. The reason they don't want to do the Reed Richards thing is they may not have any idea how they're about to introduce that, and if they do, they're probably sitting on it.
I'm not saying you have to introduce him; just acknowledge his existence. Right? It's not like we're saying we need to see him. It's she just mentions that, and then the people who know who Agatha Harkness is are going to go, "Oh, she's talking about Reed Richards. That means he has to exist in this universe." You figure out how to introduce him later. I don't care. There's just and this guy was coming back at me and he kept saying, "Well, I think the movies and the TV shows are a jumping on point for the average consumer." And I go, "I get that. But to me, this is like making a movie about the American Revolution and all of a sudden putting fighter planes in it. And then saying, well, the American Revolution is just the jumping on point." No, you actually have a problem. You've actually done something that's inconsistent with the reality of it. So why not acknowledge that in subtle little ways while telling whatever story you're going to tell?
This is, one of the issues I have with the continuity guys that always want continuity in the comic books. You've got to give the writers their chance to tell the story the way they want to. And that's how I look at the Marvel universe. It's not the Marvel we know. We've enjoyed it in a different timeline, a different stream. Wherein what they're doing with the Marvel universe and the television, the movies, it's completely different. We're not their target audience. We don't need to be. Remember, our group is very small compared to the rest of the Marvel. I don't know what these guys call that, are fanatics on Marvel movies.
Well, but what I'm saying is it's not. I don't want you to make a movie for me. 7 people will like it, and I'll be 4 of them. Like, I get that, right? Tell whatever story you're going to tell, right? It's like The Patriot, the Mel Gibson movie, right? And I'm going to keep going back to the American Revolution because it's a really apropos kind of relationship, right? So The Patriot is a really small, completely fictionalized story that takes place in this real thing that happened. You can tell stories like that in WandaVision. You can tell every bit of the story you told in WandaVision. But what they do in The Patriot is they make little allusions and little references to things that actually happened in the Revolution.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. And that's all I'm saying is make little allusions and little references that people like me go, that's a thing that I know that nobody else knows, and that makes me happy.
And I think that's where all the theories came in through with WandaVision as well, where everybody thought it was going to be House of M coming out or Fantastic Four coming in, because we're so, and look at how disappointed people were. And that's something, if they did do what you were asking, if they brought in Fantastic Four, then never introduced Agatha into the Fantastic Four movies, you're going to be like, hey, where's Agatha? They mentioned her back in WandaVision. Why is she not with Richard anymore? Why is Richard not referring to her? So, it creates a conundrum for them at that point where you try to figure out where the balance is. And I think, at least for the time being, I think they're doing it right.
I understand the logic, but I've never seen a Marvel movie I didn't walk out of disappointed.
Well, I'll say it's not Justice League, so.
Oh, I've seen many DC movies where I've walked out angry. Disappointed is way better than angry.
And we do pick on DC movies a lot, but they have done a great job on the silver screen, though. So we do have to give DC those props. I think they've done a very good job with all their silver screen, the television shows they've done. At least the animated ones. Young Justice was still great. Oh my God, Teen Titans! I can remember. Teen Titans was good, or Tiny Titans, or whatever they're called. So they have done good stuff. Arrow it kept the continuity going with Arrow and all their tie-ins with that. Smallville was good. So,
So Mark, I actually went and saw a movie this weekend.
Was it Raya and the Last Dragon?
No.
No, which was it?
I went to go see Chaos Running, which is great science fiction.
Is that the new Running Man remake?
Hmm?
Is that a Running Man remake?
Nope. So it's Tom Holland and Daisy
Ridley,
yeah. And the premise of the movie is that this is 200 years in the future, we'll say. And people have been sent to this planet to kind of like be advanced settlers. And you start the film basically after they've been there for a few generations. They've got other people that have been kind of like heading their way in space since, way before even they landed there. So you've got this kind of like cycle of people that are supposed to arrive. The first people that arrived, something happened before you see this part of the film at all. Something happened. We don't know what it is, but there are no women. And the thing that is that the men can all hear and see each other's thoughts. So the seeing of thoughts doesn't always happen, but it's a very strong thought. It forms a vision that just like floats in the air above their head. So you can actually see, if they're using a memory, you can see the memory they're having. And so it's a really great kind of like commentary on social things in which like the idea of that the planet itself is the reason why men have this thing happen with their thoughts. It doesn't explain why the women don't, but it has a bunch of unraveling that happens in the movie, which would be very spoilery if I said anything about it, and I won't. But it was really good, great acting. It has a feeling of a movie that was not made during pandemic. So it feels like big budget, big release movie in a big theater, and it was made to be that, not anything else.
Does that also have Mads Mikkelsen in it?
Yeah, he's the main antagonist.
I love him. He's such a great actor.
Yeah.
Oh, that trailer really caught my eye because I had not heard about that, and then 2 weeks ago I'm like, what is this? So it does look interesting, sure. And like you said, it looks like it's a big budget movie, even though I'm sure it was not a secure location with a handful of actors. But yeah, again, it's like whenever a sci-fi movie comes out, you can't say too much, right? Because it's like you say one thing and then you just spoil it. But so you recommend?
Yes, absolutely.
And then Kyle, did you have something else to say about it?
No, I haven't seen the trailer for this movie. I haven't heard anything about it, But the fact that Mads Mikkelsen is in it makes me kind of interested because he's so good. So I might have to try and find this thing somewhere.
Is Hannibal coming back? I just want Hannibal to come
No,
back.
I think Hannibal's done.
It probably is, but it's excellent.
Although I did find out that I managed to snag a seat in a retailer friend of ours, of Jen and I's at least, rented out a theater for Godzilla vs. Kong.
Oh yeah,
and I got a seat. So
that's at the end of the month, right?
Chris?
Yeah.
Like,
And now he and I working out a deal where we'll rent one here in Toledo for the next movie we want to do. And we'll just rotate back and forth between what essentially is Sandusky and Toledo, which is an hour drive, but who cares?
mm-hmm.
But also, just to go back a few minutes, when you said it's like American Revolution but with fighter pilots, I just kept thinking the new Independence Day. It was sticking. That's basically what it is. So speaking of box office, though, New York City theaters opened up, so that's one step in Hollywood being comfortable putting out these big movies, which is good. Vaccines are turning out pretty fast, so
I'm done.
maybe, huh?
I'm 2 doses in. I'm done.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, they haven't opened it up all the way in Texas yet. Well, the vaccine list.
Here in Ohio, if starting Thursday, if you're 50 years or older, you can get vaccines, plus type 2 diabetics and a couple of other, what they're calling lesser immune deficient conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think my dad gets his on Thursday. Like,
awesome.
Yeah, so by hopefully 3 weeks from now, my whole family will be vaccinated.
Does anyone know off the top of their head the population difference between Texas and Ohio?
Texas is bigger, but I don't think it's I don't think it's proportionally that different.
Oh, okay. Because
Like,
Texas is like up to 33.7 million. So.
Yeah, no, Ohio is like half the size of Texas and about half the population. We're like 14 or 17 million, something like that.
Okay. It's just it's a little bit slow moving here, but when you think about the amount of people and all the major cities, how we're all jammed in there, it's understandable. So
In 2015, well, let me see if I can get a 2021 number here. 11.75 million estimated right now in Ohio. Texas is 28.9 million, according to the federal government. So a little less than half, but we're much smaller in terms of land mass, and we don't have Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, these giant megalith cities. We have freaking Cleveland and Cincinnati, Dayton.
For the first time in a while, I'm feeling hopeful, even though I feel like I would have wished that everyone that wants one can get one before we take that next open up step. But even with that going on, I think that the pacing is it's headed towards the right direction, especially with this Johnson & Johnson one shot and done. But
See, and I think what Jen did, I saw her post today, even though they've done it, she's keeping the restrictions in place in her store, is really wise. I think Ohio is moving significantly slower. We've got more I think we've got more people vaccinated probably. Mm-hmm. But like today the governor said, "Hey, it's okay to hug your family if they've been vaccinated." Like, that's our level of reopening. He's like, "You can have contact with other humans so long as they have also been vaccinated."
Well, but what's interesting to go along with that is some of us will have to have that reconditioning of how to act around, not only family members but other people, and like on a serious, like being serious, because it's like there's been a lot, depending on what stage of your life you were in. I think it's going to have a lot. Like I think kids are going to, that year to them is going to be much more significant than it was to me, where I'm like, oh, what? Wait, did something happen? I was I was just, watching a few seasons of Aaron Sorkin shows on Netflix or whatever, and I turned around and time to go back outside. That's fine.
See,
But
but
like,
I think the kids that I'm around are adapting really well. They understand that, the computer is a thing. Like, they've never not had this kind of technology.
yeah,
So they're adapting really well. I think it's going to be people my age who are going to have to learn how to human again. They're going to have to learn that you can't, act in the bar like you can act at your house when you're drunk. It's that you can't talk to people the way you talk on the internet. You can't, that kind of stuff. That we're going to have to learn how to human again.
I think there's an interesting thing where you've got a whole bunch of babies that were born during COVID that probably have no idea that other people have bottom half of their face other than their parents.
yeah, that's an interesting take.
My nephew is not all about the top half of my face, so we'll figure that out. I mean, he's 4 months old. I mean, he recognizes beard and you smell different than dad, and that's pretty much it. So he's not all about any of it. So we'll see what happens.
And I've been going into work the whole time, but I do have new coworkers that I've never seen their full face, nor have they seen mine. So even as adults, it'll be like, whoa, wait, who's this person? And then you're going to go, oh, it's Mark. Okay.
Right. Well, what's funny is it's like when I tell this story all the time. I didn't wear a beard until I graduated high school. I wasn't allowed in school to wear a beard. So I went away the summer after my senior year and came back with a full beard. And I go into college and I'm running people I knew from high school who were friends, and they had no idea who I was. And I realized that this was the greatest tool ever, because then the people I didn't want to talk to didn't recognize me. And the people I did want to talk to, I could just go, hey, what's up? And they'd be like, oh, hey. So, the mask is going to be a whole thing. Like, I think I'll probably keep wearing a mask for a while just so I don't have to talk to other people.
Yeah, and it's well, we can think about this next flu season, but it's like, maybe we should wear one during flu season, or maybe on airplanes or something. But I know most people
probably wear a mask for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm already starting to figure out traveling for like my job, for the experience, going to comic stores, and I'm going to go out. We're talking about going out to a art convention, an original art convention, and things like this. And I will probably wear a mask even though I'm immune. Like, one, because I'm comfortable in it now, and two, because why take a chance?
Mm-hmm.
And also, if it can reduce con cred, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Sign me up, right?
Right. And by this point, I've collected a bunch of dope masks.
Yeah.
Like, I've spent not insignificant money on masks.
Because masks are going to fit right into a convention, right? You can just wear your fandom, on your face and maybe prevent con cred. So
I have a buddy who 3D printed himself a Mandalorian helmet.
Oh, awesome.
And he's got it built in right here, so he can just it's got a mask in it. So the visor only comes down to about here, and then it's just black fabric for the mask on the mouth. So he can cosplay as the Mandalorian and still wear his mask.
Perfect.
I'm going to let y'all wrap up the show with comics, so go for it.
Sweet. All right. And a sweet interview with the writer and artist of Nottingham today. So the best way to describe it is like medieval crime noir. So it's there's a serial killer on the loose, and the sheriff of Nottingham is going to try to hunt them down. The killer is killing specifically tax collectors. So it looks bloody and awesome.
I almost sent you a text during that interview, but I wasn't sure if it'd throw you off. Do you know how David, the writer, came to be at Mad Cave?
Do you defend them in some legalities?
No, he won a talent search they did.
Oh, that's awesome.
He submitted a prose piece, and they picked it and then narrowed it down, and then he had to submit a mini script, and then it's like he won a talent search. And I met him. I didn't realize I knew him until he showed up today, but I met him on a Reed Pop thing. months and months and months ago. And he's like, yeah, I have this little thing at Mad Cave, you know. I want a talent search. I can't really talk about it. Oh, okay.
It's crazy because for both the guys, both the writer and the artist, it's their first comic book work. Because the writer is really a lawyer, and the artist is really a very famous musician. So it's just kind of crazy that they both kind of like started their comic book journey doing this, and during this time of the I mean, they both worked on it during COVID, so they've never had any Comic Con experience whatsoever. They've never been to one to be the guys that have done comic books. So I'm super excited for them, honestly, to be able to experience that someday. I hope they get to. Let's see what else. Blade Runner Origins, Children of Adam. Those are the number ones. There's one called Maiden. It's another number one. Oh, Nonstop Spider-Man. I can't wait to find out what's going on with this thing. There's a lot of buzz, and I don't know anything about it. Proctor Valley Road.
I'm so excited for that book.
Mm-hmm. It's all the number ones, and then there's a bunch of really cool stuff that, you know, we've been waiting for. The extra part, like Taskmaster number 4, we finally get to see. Number 3 set the world on fire, and everybody wanted number 3. So I hope that means that other people want to have number 4 now.
What happened in that to set the world on fire?
No idea. It became a highly speculated book. I'm sure it's the first appearance of some character.
I'm sorry, what book?
Taskmaster. Number 3.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Hold on. I got a note here somewhere. It was a first appearance, but it also had a major death.
Oh.
A major character dies in number 3.
Oh, I thought it was the first appearance of Major Death. I got excited.
Well, that'd be cool, but no. It was a first appearance of something, and someone important dies.
Oh, okay.
So that's why. The other cool things is Deep Beyond number 2. I really like Deep Beyond number 1. I wanted to see more what that's going to develop into. That's a vault book. And I saw something else that made me Carmen number 1.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good. It's not as bad as last week was so many number 1s. My poor customer base. I don't know how they decided what to buy, and you know how many pints of blood they had to sell to buy it. There were so many stinking books coming out at the same time, like Berserker. It's poor folk.
So, just something I'm excited for. Knock 'em Dead has been one of my favorites, and this month is my favorite cover of the book, which is the Steve Martin with the bunny ears cover. Shoot Show number 2, because Jen has changed the name of that. And then a book I've been waiting for since I backed the Kickstarter, and I'm going to yell at Barucci going, where is it? Red Sonja number 1, the commemorative edition with the cover by the Hildebrandt brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Or, well, Greg Hildebrandt. Sorry, I can't say the Hildebrandt brothers anymore. Greg Hildebrandt. Yeah. Condolences to Tim. Rest in peace. But then Maniac of New York number 2, which is super exciting. And then the book I'm most excited about from the big 2 is Joker from DC. It sounds like a really good pitch. Aaron Halland gave the pitch on it on his show last night because he's got an exclusive cover, and it is very interesting, the story pitch for this. So Joker number 1.
I've forgotten. It's so funny because I bring my Diamond invoice, and I always forget there's a whole other company that I should be paying attention to for what's coming out. So I apologize.
Did Mark leave? Did I bore him to death?
I don't know. I think he accidentally got dropped.
Well, I mean, if that's the end, then I suppose, do I have to do the reading at the end?
If you have it, If not, we'll sign off non-traditionally.
Oh, I'm sure I have it. I just got to find it in my photos because I saved it off at one point. Here it is. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, go.
Thank you for watching Nerd News Now as part of the Kingdom of Geekdom on Woodlands Online, sponsored by the Adventure Begins Comics and Games and Space Cadets Collection. Check out the other shows on Woodlands Online like Best You, Woodlands House and Home, Cooking Off the Cuff with Chef Wayne, The Adventure Begins Show, and Texas Storytellers, just to name a few. You can watch all of these on Woodlands Online and on our partner station KVQT HD21 over the air on your TV. All of these shows and more on your Roku right now. Just add Woodlands Online TV to your streaming lineup. Now you can listen to our podcast show on Spotify, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, Amazon Music, and Google Podcasts.
Well done. We'll see you guys next week. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.